Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
All right. We were delayed by potatoes, but we have returned. So, on Tuesday, we took our Paladin Inquisitive from level 20 to level 22. We did some of the Caught in the Web chain, we did Vault of Night chain, and we did Spies. So, we've got a lot of stuff open to us still to do. And we're just going to basically keep it up this time. As for, we'll say, patch notes for the stream, I double-checked the background music to make sure it's copyright-free, and I have it on a long enough one that it shouldn't randomly skip tracks in the middle. So we have that going for us, which is nice. We've also revisited our sound balancing a little bit, so that should be good as well. And let's see. The other thing that has happened is that we did have a patch for DDO that came through, I believe it was yesterday. And Inquisitive lost some stuff. So up here, we went from 10 ranged power to 5 ranged power, and there's something else in here that also dropped from 10 ranged power to 5 ranged power. But apparently this was bugged and was not giving the appropriate 5 double shot. So gained 5 double shot, lost 10 ranged power, and inexorable advance here got a change. So if you look at inexorable advance, it used to give on a 100% chance to proc Colors of the Queen. It no longer does, that's gone, but they did have an increase to the cold and light damage procs. It used to be 3d 100, now it is 10d 100. So that is probably an overall buff. And the other thing is that the Patience feat, which lowers attack speed by 10% in exchange for more crit multiplier, it now affects crossbows in that it adds 10% to your reload speed, so it takes longer to reload. Now, it shouldn't have any effect during No Holds Barred, because it, as it says in the description, it will instantly reload itself. So, the fact that the reload is slower doesn't affect that any. But of course, it does lower our damage outside of No Holds Barred. So, we've got that. So we're just going to start off doing our rolls, and then we will see what quests we want to run today. Excuse me. Alright, how are we on backspace? We got lots of space. Oh, and because we did hit 21, we did swap around some gear. Oh, yeah, let's see. Let's switch that back. So we do have on now our belt with intelligence, our ring with increased intelligence, and we decided not to swap to the Pendant of Combat because I wanted to keep Relentless Fury and True Seeing, except I think I might have True Seeing elsewhere, but that's besides the point. We did take Holy Strike as an epic feat, and therefore we now have Ghost Touched. So we've slotted this in. Pretty much nothing here is useful except for Improved Deception. Like, the dodge, I'm already capped on dodge and Reaper, so it doesn't do anything. And I think I already had Profane Well-Rounded. If not, you know, it's 1 to all stats, which isn't terrible. And we do have a bunch of unspent points, but there's really nothing in the first 2 tiers I want anyway. Like, I can get more of this, so our trapping is easier, but we're just going to hold it until next level, because there's a lot that we want at 23. Necro 4, and someone needs help in Vault of Night. So we're going to message them and ask what kind of help they need. Like, do they not know it? Do they not have someone who can pick locks? Like, what is the nature of the help they require? Alright, well, guess we'll start out with Vault of Night then. I don't want those goggles. I want... Did I not pull my trapping goggles out of the bag? Okay. Well, we're off to House K then. Why do they feel like they don't have enough people for Vault? We now have 7 people. Do they... Oh, I got distracted on where I was going. In any case, House K. So, do they not have that's enough people to pull levers easily. I wonder if they're worried about getting all the islands done. In, like, actual Vault of Night, not the pre-quest. In either case, Vaughn is great XP. And someone else is leading it and doing voice stuff, so I don't have to this time, which is a nice convenience. And of course, the ever-popular, super loud quest acceptance.
You emerge into the vault's central shaft, already secured by the
puzzle.
laughing knives.
Can someone open right side?
Stand ready to Dirge of Karnath grin. The corridor is divided by a force wall.
Alright, so someone's already done traps.
Deadly-looking traps on both sides. A complex set of electrical traps crack and sizzle, filling the hall with acrid ozone.
So where is... Never mind. Okay. Oops. I overrode greater elemental weapons with elemental weapons. Man, that doesn't open for long.
Glowing gates of force block your progress across
He
the
said he
narrow
can
bridges.
climb there?
Their controls are
It's not a,
towers that rise from the
not a path I'm aware of. I didn't think you could get up from here. Okay, so we're all just hanging out here.
relay station in this room.
So, what is the problem? Interesting. So apparently it requires a leap. I guess maybe from here, if you jump and leap, you can get to that platform, and from that platform to there with another leap. I'll have to test that at some point, because if so, that is very convenient for if you accidentally fall down. I was going to say, and if you're on a class that has a leap, but that's easier to do that, because you can get it from past lives now. So I'm just going to check
Cuts off abruptly.
the right-hand side here.
The north portal conduit blazes with the Drow Vampiress Vale stands here, taut and ready for action. The glyph on the portal reads, accounting.
Helps if I make ammo.
The free flow of power on the north portal conduit has been restored.
Alright, so I don't have the voice, so I'm not going to go down below.
Must have cost
But we will come around here and be like, hi.
possible that only a third of the game's power is generated here.
Excellent. So we have found something useful that we can do. Except someone else was already here waiting. Because they had because we're on the step, find a way to open the coffer. Which means they already got the coffer. It's like, who has ring? I know it's not me. Well, I guess we'll grab collectibles while we're here. We killed some dudes. This is empty? Yes. And now we run back to the entrance. Someone else already grabbed the coffer.
In the center. As you step towards
Oh,
the
no. Okay.
final defensive barrier springs into existence. A disembodied
Okay.
voice warns, critical security breach, shield golems activated.
that's not all of them. There are more on the other side. Alright. We got the coffer, now we need to head east. Helps if I type that in party chat. The bad thing about Reconstruct is that, unlike Heal, it doesn't cure ailments. Excuse me.
Haywire Hayward seems clanking and ratcheting noises echo along this long corridor. The machinery below must still be.
And off we go.
This bridge is strongly reinforced, as if built to bear the weight of mountains.
So we drop it, and then that'll open for us. Let me move to the next section.
Beneath the sculpted face, you notice an inconspicuous rune.
This corridor descends to the lowest reaches of the wall, where its most basic functions are maintained.
Swap this, swap this. Now you don't actually need someone with the unlock ability to get this door. There's a key in the lava down to the left. Which, you know, you'd think is something you'd say to troll people. But, no. If you actually do swim down in the lava, there's a key down there that'll open that door. Of course, there's other parts of the quest that you can't do without someone to unlock stuff, so it just helps if that person is off doing a different part of the quest. But if they're here, you know, they can knock or unlock or whatever you need to do. Alright, let's get Featherfall going, because we do not have max jump.
You hear a low thrumming of power as the distribution grid returns to service. The east portal conduit blazes with channeled energy.
Because this one, that same key doesn't work. Alright. Good, good. Great success.
This gargantuan brusque monster has been on a starvation diet since as the Rust Emperor unfortunately,
there we
the
go.
Rust Emperor was unable to digest the Vault's master key.
I do not have D-Door. Does he? He does. Excellent.
Mistress Orme looks exhausted.
Yep, everything's ready to go this way.
The glyph on this
I was just checking, it's like, do I have enough charges of no holds barred? And the answer is yes. Yes, I do.
has been rigged in this shaft. The equipment vibrates with harnessed power.
Oh hey, I got divine energy resistance. That's handy. Of course, we have high reflex saves, so it's not too big a deal. I just need to remember the right way to go. Okay, good. Alright, still fire. There we go. This might be too high. This is probably the wrong lever. Oh, yeah. Not that lever. We're gonna go around here. Just need to find the right lever. I'm not usually the one making the jump. Yes, yes. There are more guys attacking me. Alright. Oh, wait. This lever. Is that the right one? Okay, that is the right one. Excellent. I skipped ahead by getting this one first. So I'll have to remember that for next time. If I jump up here and get this one, the actual one you need is right there. There we go. And let's see. There we go. Oh, Carnage Reaper has come down to see me. How very nice of them. And by nice, I mean not at all nice. Here. Okay, so we get open lock, open door. Open lock, open door. Alright, you get the trap, I'll get the door. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in party and 1 disconnected monk.
Where's your playlist taking you? Down the highway? To the mountains?
Immune to so much of my damage. Except, of course, with a random proc that healed him. So that one wasn't ideal. Alright. We do already have our voice on, so no big deal there. And we get tokens. 2.5 tokens. Very nice. The problem is, I don't have blunted ammunition, which is a major issue. So we'll see what we can do on the pillars. We might be like dealing damage on crits only, or something to that effect. Okay. Paladin buffs that last a while. We get those first. We also get attached weapon, which lasts until we rest, or swap items. Alright. Yeah, I guess I should do the AoE ones that last a while as well. That cold would be the roughest for me. What is our int like? 64. Not terrible. Alright, I guess we're going to air.
From the cold, thin winds swirl around you as you step into the core of the Vault of Night.
Okay, yeah, so we're at plus 83 damage. This is so much easier once you get the blunted ammunition quiver, or if I grabbed a crossbow with blunted ammunition out of my bank. Now, I think the one I have in my bank might be a repeater though, but I have artificer levels, I'm proficient with it, even if I'm not going to be able to do inquisitive things, it's still, you know, decent. Okay.
The pillars surge with renewed power as one of the vault's pillars crackles. One of the vault's pillars crackles with disrupted
Alright, so
energy.
we're good on.
The pillars surge with one of the vault's pillars.
Okay, at least the genies go down quickly.
One of the vault's pillars crackles with disrupted energy.
By fire is dead, I think they mean the people at fire are dead.
The pillars surge. One of the vault's pillars.
Okay, so we gotta go save fire.
Energy. The pillars surge with renewed power. The vault's defenses are restored.
Okay. We will get the reses off now that we've done that. Alright, so I can't hurt pillars. Oh, I can hurt pillars a little. Sometimes. We'll burst down the Jinn, because he's what interferes with a lot of other stuff. I don't know why this other rogue is dying, because he should have evasion, he's a rogue. Of course, I'm not dealing that much damage to these guys. Actually, we need to reattach our weapon.
Vault's pillars crackles with disrupted energy. The pillars surge with renewed. One of the vault's pillars crackles.
Okay.
Surge with renewed power. The vault's pillars.
Alright, so as long as I stop killing the pillars, The problem is the pillars aren't need to be prepped. Unless you have one of the islands just can't damage the pillars. Why are we not hitting at all? Let's see. Oh, out of ammo. Need to get more ammo. Fortunately, I'm basically immune to the fire elementals because I have evasion, and the fireballs can be evaded. Hopefully, ice was ready. Now they say kill? Okay. It's not me that's killing it. For the love of God. They're like, no, kill it. It's like, ours has been dead for like a minute. Oh, Nerdstrom is dead.
One of the vault's pillars crackles with
Alright, someone said kill.
The pillars surge with the vault's pillars. One of the vault's pillars. The pillars surge with renewed. One of the vault's pillars.
Slowly, slowly, slowly killing the guardians. I'm not gonna have any charges of no holds barred by the time we get to the actual boss. I kill the Djinn, the bear kills the pillar. Basically, here on fire, we are killing stuff at will. Like, we can hold this position essentially forever, because I'm not going to run out of resources. The Guardians of Flame can't kill me. And our druid friend here is going to be able to kill that turret, like, in 2 hits. Alright, I wonder which island is having problems. Is it air that's having problems?
Meet Asana, a work management platform.
Is it both that are having problems?
And save more time. Teams can stay connected, track updates, and visualize timelines. Asana, a smart
Okay, well, we don't have a lot of cooldowns to use anymore, but Okay. Okay, I think Nordstrom went over to help with air. Oh, are we abandoning it? I mean... Okay. Dead at air. Okay. So, the druid has gone to help air. So let's see if I can get the procs I need to take down this pillar. Alright, I think the druid's at air, so we should... Oh, no, the Jin respawned for him. Okay. We're just gonna try to keep fire down. And if we have to use our cooldowns for it, so be it.
Defenses are restored.
Alright, I guess people are giving up because they can't handle the other islands. Because Pure Lord fell, other people have died. Alright. Unfortunate. Maybe I should switch to
what you like from the moment you open the app. It's almost like it can read your mind.
There we go.
That's what I was going to say. Get YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free.
Unfortunate. Oh well. We got a bunch of XP from Vaughn 5 at least, even if we didn't get 6 down. Which actually means we can take level 23 now. Excellent. That's going to be a pretty nice power spike for us. Okay, so we definitely want all 3 cores, because those are 5 ranged power each. Now we have 4 more points, which is not a lot for all the stuff we want. So, like, this is double sonic damage on our epic strikes here, which is really nice. This is 5 double strike. This is random effects, which is nice. We'll also grab Hunt's End. Alright, so we'll grab Hunt's End. That's 1. Let's see, what does this do to pin again? This adds actual crowd control to pin, which is nice. But as I said last time, pin is not as important because I already have 2 ranged AoE shots. But we will get the double shot and immunity to drain, so that costs 2. We don't really need the fort bypass at the moment because we're already getting a decent amount elsewhere, and we do have a sunder effect. So the question is, where do we put our next points? And I think the answer is going to be, we'll start dropping into here for the extra. Or we could get the rhythm terrain. Like, there's a lot of stuff we want here. I think we're just going to spend the 1 point to do that, so okay. So, what are our next steps? Well, we want 3 points here, we want 3 points here, we want 2 points here. And we do want 2 points here eventually, but only after we've gotten Watchful Eye, because otherwise we don't really need Watchful Eye. But we do want 5 double shot, so there is that benefit. But yeah, so taking that level got us 6 ranged power for epic power for the level. We also get a little bit of defenses here and another 5 ranged power. We get auto ghost touch and some bypass. Oh, and since we did take Holy Strike, we get even more dodge and fort bypass. And of course, we get Dimension Door, which is nice. So these 3 combined with the extra level is 21 ranged power. So we get 21 ranged power, we get 10% fort and dodge bypass, we get 5 double shot, we get more crowd control on pin, and we get Hunt's End. So let's actually excuse me. Let's actually put some stuff on bars. So we're gonna put Hunt's End over here. What's the cooldown on it anyway? 9 seconds? Not bad. Here we go. So, what's next? Do we want to go to the no flag raids? Servants? The problem is, I already did servants. No, I didn't do servants. I joined... Let me check. Because I joined a thing, but I forget if I joined for Spinner, or if I joined for... No, I joined for Spinner. Oh, party's full. Never mind then. Oh well. I think we will go and do the rest of the Web of Chaos chain. Actually, we'll do the beginning part, because we did miss, like, Lords of Dust, so we'll do Lords of Dust. Like, it shows that we've done it, but we did it in Heroics. We haven't done Epic. And Epic is nice for, you know, actually counting for the things that I want to do, which is the... Why am I blanking on? The Sagas. Yes, Sagas, that's what we want. So we put up all of our buffs. So now, just standing in Reaper, we have 97 double shot and 135 range power. Pretty solid.
Waits for you near the entrance.
And our defenses aren't terrible either. Like, we've got almost 100 magic resist, despite, you know, not being at cap. Oh, that was the wrong button. And this is why we were running on R4 on Tuesday. I forgot and accidentally went on R1 this time, but everything's just kind of falling over if I can line up shots. We're going to switch to improved precise shot, just because I'm not standing still long enough to get any benefit out of Archer's Focus. And it's just more convenient. Oh, and the damage penalty doesn't really hurt me much, just because I'm not actually that worried about it. Like, given the amount of damage that we're throwing down, it's really not a big deal to take a slight damage penalty.
Lies on the ground in the hallway ahead.
I'm going to move these things around, actually. Because I want Hunt's End to be closer to the beginning. Nope, nope, stop that. There we go. Okay, excellent. Now, I probably wouldn't have pulled that way if we were actually in here on what did I say? On Reaper 4 instead of Reaper 1, but
As the path leads down,
we can base our playstyle on how difficult the content we're in is.
And less like an empty warehouse.
I do need to grab my actual trapping goggles out of the bank. Wait, no. Oh, again, I forgot that I'm wearing goggles with 17 search and spot. So I actually don't need to switch to my trapping item unless I'm actually doing the trapping. And I succeeded on the trap on a 4. So if we're succeeding on a 4, I don't feel the need to really swap gear to actually disarm stuff.
A dank chill pervades the lower level. The clink and creak of hardened steel. Sweet cold.
There we go.
A woman's voice drifts up from somewhere below. She speaks Noman's name, and the Inquisitor himself replies.
Oh,
You will do no such thing. The Silver Flamers caused enough trouble.
someone's
Soon nothing
doing
I can say will
the
throw them off the
side
scent.
quests. Very
No,
nice.
You will stay here and see that no one gets by. I will go below and assist our guests.
Oh, ran out of ammo again. I guess I used up a lot of ammo when we were in Vault of Night, just constantly shooting for the whole time. Purify. Hey, that's all the altars purified. Free extra couple 1,000 XP. It doesn't count for much, but it's enough. And we'll get some more traps. Twitch is saying that an ad will play in 2 minutes, so I am incentivized to finish the quest within 2 minutes. Unfortunately, we have to wait through some speeches, so I don't know if that will succeed. There we go. Full trap bonus.
Stands next to a strangely confident-looking drow. They seem to be
There we go.
finishing some elaborate and
Now for this one,
What? Surprised I am
when
not
we
who
get
you
to the two
thought I
bosses,
was.
we will actually
I
want to
should
switch
have
over
killed you at
to
the start.
normal
This
precise
is
shot
nothing
instead of
my
improved
friend,
precise shot.
a nuisance. The ritual
Because,
is
well,
underway,
finally be on
and
single
the
targets
Silver
again.
Flame is powerless to stop it. So
Not that it matters that
play.
much.
Shall we
We were only on
continue?
R1 after all. Because I forgot and I put it too low.
Now, give yourselves, my children. Give to the glory of our cause. Stand aside. Let my minions kill this filth.
You know what, we'll go ahead and swap now. Yeah. Yeah, that's not even popping no holds barred. Yeah, he dies pretty quickly. What is he bleeding from? Must be a random effect. Alright, just in time for ads. We finished, yay! As we are in a group, we won't be able to completely AFK during the ads, but I will take a quick one and tell my group BRB, because I need to stir a pot in the kitchen during ads. We're going to go up to R2. So we're going to toss BRB there. We're going to click BRB here, and I'll be right back.
You have entered the nether realm of Kyber. A magical barrier built by the Silver Flame glows on the path ahead.
Alright, we have returned. So now we have to catch up with the rest of our party.
Chamber as the stone door slides open.
So we'll buff on the way. Excellent. So many numbers.
Here are intently prying dragon weapons from the outer wall.
So we are back to using improved precise shot, just because our damage is more than sufficient, so we can take the penalty for the occasional increased damage as we hit more than one person at once. And it doesn't really need to be like a huge amount of AoE to be worth it. Like, as long as you're hitting 2 guys, it's worth it.
Flickering torchlight illuminates a curiously well-worn
Yes, that is the other point.
The passageway
But
is eerily quiet.
there is also the neutral position of, well, you're not getting Archer's focus, but, you know, you wanted the full damage and not to take the penalty of improved precise shot. Like, say you had a bunch of pulls that only had one strong dude in it. It's like, if you're not going to stand still because, you know, you're going to keep moving while you fight them, and you're not going to cleave, then you might as well just stay in Archer's focus stance and Sure, you don't get stacks, but you also don't get the damage penalty. But again, we're only on R2 at the moment, so a little bit of a damage penalty isn't going to hurt us much. Especially since we did get to take level 23 and get our power spike going. Which will only improve for the next, like, 2 levels or so, because I believe we'll get double shot as our next feat. So that'll get us over 100 double shot, which is nice. And what's the other thing? And we've got a lot of points that we can spend in good stuff. I think we're going over here next for Rain. Rain and then extra damage on the Epic Strikes.
The Fire Reaver Lord howls as his essence is scattered back into the lava.
And it is nice that other people in party have decided, you know what? They don't need help going through the main part. I'm gonna go do side quests. Which works perfectly fine for me, because quite simply, that's a correct assessment. We in fact do not need the whole party here in order to just run through. So why not split up and get some extra XP? It wouldn't be appreciably faster having more people here in the front.
As the path drops deeper into the heart of Kyber.
Off we go. Hey, we got Conquest. I did like the ability when I was Horizon Walker, which was a while ago, that you could still get Archer's Focus stacks like while you're waiting on something like this, because you get the ability where you get them when you stand still for a couple seconds. And then what you do is, but it only works once, like when you stop moving. So you don't move for a couple seconds and you get your like 1d4 stacks or however many it is. And then you take just a tiny step to the side. And repeat, just to maintain your stacks. What is next? More.
Flamefang is vanished in a burst of heat and fire, snarling in anger.
Oh, right. I don't think I've ever actually stepped into that ranger attack. Double Reaper, no problem. I think we'll switch to normal precise shot now. We got this set next. And now we just hit the button and melt everything. It's unfortunate that I don't have the right kind of damage bypass for him. But, you know, it works well enough. And we're already wearing our voice, so that is fine. And I've already run Spinner of Shadows in Epic, so I don't need it for the Saga. But, you know, it gives tokens, and there are other people here, and I don't want to stop, like, partway through. So, we'll finish this one, but I think we're going to skip through the Demon Web section that comes after this. Let's give ourselves a little bit extra ammo.
Ahead, a Rakshasa and a company of drow are arguing over a pile of dragon shards.
There we go. Oh, we should probably put up that. And, like, this is an example, I think, where I don't want to run Improved Precise Shot. Because, sure, I'm going to be running around getting all the spiders and all, and I'm not going to be standing still. But I'm not going to get any Improved Precise Shot value running around shooting the spiders either. So...
Some kind of spirit made up of glowing flames. The spiders are devouring the flames, absorbing them into their bodies as they attack. You have saved the flame creature from its attackers. It flickers,
let me in.
and a straight the Spinner of Shadows struggles against her weakening bonds. The spiders consume the last of the flames, and you find yourself unable to move. The Spinner of Shadows has broken free.
At last I am free from that disgusting flame. You have finally done my biddings, vassals. I see that you have brought me the dragon shards that she needs. Though I also see that you have allowed some pests to follow you inside.
The demon overlord glares down at you with contempt.
The stink of Eberron is on you, mortals. I will turn my attention to your world in due time. But for now, it
Yes,
pleases me
I've
to
heard the
let
speech
you live.
before.
Someone must witness my return and survive.
Yeah, about
these
that.
intruders, my lady.
One of the Rakshasas growls.
We will report your glorious release to the world. Now let us leave this place. You must help us release the other demon overlords.
Or she's just gonna be weird about it.
Do no such thing. Now that I am free, I have no need for the other overlords, or for you tedious lords of dust. Not when she awaits me. Now be gone!
A burst of blue flame suddenly erupts in front of the demon. The Spinner of Shadows screams and scuttles back into the darkness. You feel her grasp on
Someone's
your
already going that way, so I'll go this way.
The Silver Flame Guardian speaks.
Hold, demon. You have not escaped yet. Some of the flame still
Yeah, we don't even
burns.
need our AoE shots here. We're just gonna walk over here.
The
Push a
Silver
button.
Flame Guardian speaks.
We have driven
I was
her
actually
back
expecting to
will
one-shot
not
him
last.
with Hunt's End, but
Destroy her spiders.
I suppose I'm not quite that strong
The
yet.
essence of the silver flame that holds her here. If you can light the wards again,
There we go.
she will be imprisoned once more.
So much sonic damage.
Quickly now. She returns.
Does she return though?
See your game now, flame spirit.
Pretty sure she's on Cave side for the first time.
So you use these
Oh, never mind, there she
mortals
is.
as pawns. You must have learned something of my ways from our time together. No matter. Let us begin.
The voice of the Silver Flame whispers in your mind.
These spiders have burrowed underground.
Oh,
Yet
okay.
they can feel
Come back on top of the
Spinner's
flame.
pain. Hurt her and drive them up.
Alright, so we're getting sneak dice now. Are we gonna get her down enough that she actually takes proc damage? Or nah?
Spiders crawl out of their hiding places in response to the demon's call.
Okay. I think that should spawn the next wave. You know, when she calls for the demons. No? Okay. Here we go. And I have ward crystals dragged out onto a bar here, so we can actually see them. see how many we
Once
currently
more,
have
the
without trying to
demon's
dig through
voice
our
echoes
inventory.
from the shadows above.
Demons of Kyber, hear my call. Protect my
I was
children.
gonna kill that demon of Kyber, but I was blocked by a wall. Since I think all 3 people are grabbing wards, it'll be best if we actually light stuff as we get it, so we don't end up with a lot of people all holding a lot of crystals. Alright, where is she? Saw something flashing over here. Is that her? Hello? Are you over here, milady? Milady? Melody? Well, there's one of those. So, yeah, I don't feel significantly stronger or weaker, given the Inquisitive changes, but then again, only 2 of them have hit me at this level. So,
A feeling of dread overwhelms
we'll see.
you, as if darkness
she's
has
back.
entered your very soul. The
Let's
spinner
check
of
here for the spawn
shadows
point.
has returned to the battle.
Where are you? Are you around these parts? No? I guess you must be over in the lava field then. So we return to the center. And hopefully someone else has found her and brought her to the middle by now. If not, then I will run around and try to find her. No? Not over here? I just checked in the caves.
Come for me, my sister.
Cries the spinner of shadows.
Oh, there she is. I probably shouldn't shoot her from over here, just in case I pull aggro and then she's going to run all the way over here. Probably better to keep her on the flame. Or maybe it's not, because she's killing the priest. Or cleric, or whatnot. Alright, so this should be the point that she summons all the little spiderlings.
The spinner of shadows decides to change tactics.
Arise, my spiders. Destroy the Guardian.
This is a really good part to be ranged at, because it makes things very, very straightforward. Although there are some problems with line of sight. Especially with the ones coming from behind. They can be like just over the lip of these things, so you can't quite shoot them. But a lot of the rest is just like a shooting gallery. Alright, where's the next wave? Gotta be around here somewhere. So yeah, we run into the standard problem with gauntlet type fights, which is if you have enough damage, they get kind of boring. And if you don't have enough damage, they get overwhelming. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I guess it depends on your point of view.
The swarm of spiders subsides.
We have more than enough damage, so we're just kind of chilling here.
For you to finish relighting the
And we're not too scared of the Spinner of Shadows. Like, our biggest concern with the Spinner of Shadows is that she level drains, but we took the points in Shadow Dancer to be immune to level drain. So the biggest thing that I would normally be worried about, not a problem for us at the moment. I am looking forward to more epic levels, giving me caster levels, so that my artificer buffs last for more than, like, no time. But, you know, that's what happens when you don't have that many class levels in something. Your spells don't last long. Well, unless you go Chaos Mancer and get your caster level is equal to your character level thing out of their T4, I want to say? Okay, so we have 12, which is good because that's enough to light 3, and we only need 4 total. So chances are that someone else has probably got 4. So we're just going to light the 3 we've got and see if someone else can light the last one. And if not, you know. Since I have 0, I'm not going to grab these. We'll let people who have, you know, some, but not quite enough. Oh, he ran off. He must have gotten 4.
The last war brilliant light fills the cavern. The Spinner of Shadows shouts, but it is a shout of triumph, not defeat.
Yeah.
Once again, you
205 range power, 97 double shot. Not bad for 23. Of course, it could be better if I, like, went all out on sentience on a leveling weapon, but I think 5 slots is more than enough for leveling. In fact, having any sentient weapon for leveling is, well, it's a convenience. It's a luxury, even.
Across the worlds, and now she is here. Your prisons and your wards mean nothing to her. Tremble, mortals.
Oh, interesting.
Tremble before Loth.
Farming in Heroic, as in, like, you will not get experience here. Just announcing that really loudly. It's like, you won't get experience. This is only an item farm. Which is important to state, so it's good.
A voice of vast
Wait, they're
power
still in Servants?
from inside the breach.
They were in Servants before I started Lords of Dust.
Did you collect the dragon
Oh,
shards?
looks like they've just finished up Spinner's Prison.
Replies the Spinner of Shadows.
It's just that the quest hasn't updated.
Just as you
Or at least there's one person in the Spinner's Prison and the other is in the harbor, which means they probably just finished, because if they went to Servants first, then
Bring me the dragon shards.
they would have probably entered Spinner from the end of the quest, not gone back to the harbor. Of course, I could be wrong. Maybe they all, like, wanted to go back to the harbor to clear bag space or
You
something.
suddenly find yourself outside the prison, standing before the Silver Flame Guardian.
Alright. Yep, voice is on. Hey, you know, get another token. How am I doing on tokens anyway? Not that it matters that much. I only have a couple racial lives left, and I've got a lot of iconic lives left. Oh, yeah, I've got like 50 tokens. Iconics are the worst? What makes you say that? Oh. Do. Dan. Not you for saying Iconics are the worst. There was someone trying to advertise cheap viewers. And I don't want cheap viewers. I want the finest, the most exquisite viewers. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, I don't really have a problem with Iconics, really. It's just that I hadn't gotten around to them. They make for some interesting, like, build puzzles to solve, especially on a character with as many lives as this. Like, for example, let's see, let me mouse over this. Okay. But, like, for example, I still have, I think, let me check this. Like, I don't have any of the Eladrin one done. But I already have 2 Sork lives, which means I'm going to have to figure out 2 non-sorcerer lives to do that on. So it kind of encourages like doing some split builds, some little bit less templated builds. I see what you mean, that you, that if you don't like it, you have to go through all the way through epics. On the other hand, going all the way through epics, I think is faster than going through heroics most of the time. And even if you don't like your, like, build per se, you can make a lot of builds work by just saying, I don't really like the build, but I'll take the epic trees that I want, and I'll use mostly the epic tree power to make my way through the epic levels. And in that way, I guess it's a way of mitigating that problem. It doesn't fix it completely, but it does make it easier, we'll say. Let's see. I think this person just, like, walked into the ruins with public on, and I'm not looking for that. Heard of using some Chaos Mancer split with Dragon Disciple so that you got elemental immunity stripping on Dragon Disciple. Interesting. Any idea if it's a split or if it's just straight up use a heart? I think we're gonna go back to Evening Star and do the Drow Chains. So we'll head off to Schindlrind. Alright, what is the max level for these? These are level 22 quests, so max level 26. We want... Schindlrind plus Worm Water. Update my party. And I guess we'll start with Don't Drink the Water, since it's right here. And we'll go R4. But yeah, having immunity stripping versus not is a pretty big difference. Especially if it's the kind that works on, say, things that would absorb. So it makes it from, like, you can't kill this to, hey, you can actually kill this now. Particularly a problem if you're, like, fire-based and you're fighting iron golems. Or things of that nature.
You can see that the well water is fed by a fetid underground stream.
Oh. What did I get? Oh, Monster Hunter.
This cabin appears to be one territory.
So R4 means we do have to pay a little bit more attention to what we're doing, because with those things like knockback and stuff, they can actually be a little threatening. This, of course, does make the leveling slower, but as I mentioned on Tuesday, it makes it more interesting. And this is sadly one of the things it's missing. Ah, so you're going to go Dragonborn for it. Nice.
Beyond this waterfall. You will need to find a way up in order to follow it. The cavern ahead looks different.
Stuff still dies pretty fast on R4, gotta say.
Once again, a Yuan-Ti priestess has raised a magical barrier preventing you from passing further.
You know what? We'll do
Yuan-Ti
this.
appear, emerging from impossibly tight crevices in the wall.
We will stand still and use our AoE shots. Hello, Famine Reaper. Goodbye, Famine Reaper.
As the Yuan-Ti priestess dies, the magical
Oh, that is true. But obviously it is true that stuff that has imbue-based things like that or Eldritch Knight, you can just swap elements, but the fact of the matter with gearing is one of your elements is going to be much, much stronger than the others.
The Yuan-Ti have gone to great pains to keep intruders out.
Getting good usage out. Oh, multiple Reapers. Getting good usage out of, what was I going to say? Yeah, we're getting good usage out of our kit in general. Oh, that's what it was. Deflect arrows. That's what I'm getting good usage out of, because all these guys try to shoot you first. Good thing is, I also have the ability to shoot first. And mine is better than theirs. That is, assuming I don't miss. That's right, I deflected your first shot, and you barely get a chance to get more shots in before you basically just die. Okay, well. Back to our previous statements regarding fights that are gauntlets with a bunch of guys, like, spawning in. Like, if you have the damage, so that you get a break between waves, they can be trivialized pretty easily. Also, if you have the sustain, like, that's the you can go the far other end too. If you just like don't have damage, but you don't care if all the waves spawned at once, you could just live through it anyway. Then that's another way that gauntlet type fights can be handled. Just like, sure, I can't kill them and I'm gonna get overwhelmed, quote unquote. But if I can just live through all of the guys attacking me at once, then it's also not a big deal. Hello, Carnage Reaper. Goodbye, Carnage Reaper. Oh, a Fear Reaper as well. Okay, again, with the double Reapers. I would prefer to not get double Reapers when I'm here on R4, but, you know, we don't get to decide on how RNG treats us, as we found out a couple weeks ago when we were... Well, not a couple weeks ago, last week, when we were trying to farm drops. We found out that sometimes the random number generator just hates you, and you have to deal with that. Just the fact of life sometimes. Alright, now we get to the end fight. I'm pretty sure that I'm not immune to the poison damage as a Warforged. Or wait, is he poison or acid? I think it's poison, like, breath, but acid in the, like, these areas around him.
Looks at you and speaks.
The little ones promised wealth, but
Yep, that's definitely poison.
you know I'm always told not to play with my food. You're testing my patience, small one. I will melt the flesh from your bones.
It's a shame that he wastes so much of my no-hold bard like that by having his phase transition, but we'll just keep hitting our active attacks in the meantime. Yeah. So yeah, this is why on this build we really should be doing higher Reapers, just because they're not that difficult for this build. Alright. The trick, however, is going to be, can we, or do we, have the ability to finish our worm quest? Because we did fail it last life. You know what? I'm gonna check that. I think robots are immune to fatigue, but I don't think they're immune to level drain. But let's check our racial feats. The lava floor at the end. Are we thinking of the same worm? I'm thinking of the acid worm, where you have all of the acid on the floor the whole time. The acid floor the whole way through is awful. Unless by, like, halfway through you mean the end. In which case, yes, that is what I'm referring to. The acid, once you get inside the worm. Right, martial feats, meta, monk feats, paladin feats, proficiency feats, racials. Warforged traits. Here we go. Naturally immune to sleep. Ah, there it is. Sleep, energy drain, nausea, sickness, exhaustion, and paralysis. Alright, so it is both. Yes, I will need to look for the little islands. No, it wasn't the lava floor. I got the lava floor comparison for the acid. It was the at the end part that threw me, because I think I consider, like, once you're in the worm, like, kind of a halfway point. But yeah, the latter half, I'll say, is probably what I'd go with, but we still have a bit to do before we get there, because we need to go to Shindorend. Ooh, actually, before we go to Shindorend, we need to stop by the bank and get our level 20 trapping item, because we're still using the Ravenloft ring, and I want to make sure that I can pick the lock in the House of, what is it, Death Undone that has it? Show me goggles. Dusk Lenses? No. Magnifying lens. There it is. So we're going to bring these down here. We're going to bring magnifying lenses out as a swap. There we go. We can actually take the rings out of here completely, because we now have no ring swaps left. We can take the boots out as well, since we don't have a boot swap. That was a freedom of movement swap, which of course we no longer need, because we're now wearing it full time. There we go. And anything else we're swapping at this level? I believe the answer is no. So off to Shindorend. We did get our shortcut, so we're going to take that, and then we will run the rest of the way. But yes, I don't remember who mentioned it before. I think it was you who mentioned that there are... Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the new quest that just came out this week. We'll come back to you. It's a level 28 quest, so I don't really want to do it right now. After all, we have Shindorend to get to. And by the time we're done with Shindorend, with or without the worm, we should be 24. But yes, I think it was mentioned last time when I died in the worm quest that there are little islands of safety, so I'll need to look for that. There are, like, I forget if it's 3 or 4 new quests in this pack, and they're not all the same place. Like, if you look in the patch notes, like, the one that comes out this week, I think is that one in Evening Star, and the next one is in the market, and then the next one is somewhere else, or something like that. Oh, the one in the market was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, because it's a new one every 2 weeks. And I think it's a total of 4 quests. It might be 3.
I've fought to protect all that is good for many lifetimes.
Okay,
'Tis
so the one
power of
from
Mystra
this week's
that makes
patch.
it so.
Okay.
I have seen such changes
Excellent.
in these realms. Changes beyond thy imagining.
I wasn't paying too close attention because I wasn't really on level for it yet. So it was more of like a, I'll get to it when I get to it sort of thing. Where's the other... Is that enough? Okay. Disable device, and disable device. Now, normally I wouldn't stop to do something like that, but there are 3 villagers here, and 3 is the first checkpoint for when you get XP. So just stopping to do that, it's a free 3,000 XP. 28 is a nebulous zone with minimum practicality. They do have heroic versions. I think this one is level 4. Hello, Aviator, and welcome. We are on our way to Schindlerind, and we're discussing the new quests. So, they're all low-ish level. I think this one is level 4, and the next is level 3 in heroic, or maybe 5. Like, they're in that level range. 28 isn't bad as a leveling quest.
You can strike directly at the evil city of
It's just that level 28 gear is a really weird spot. I consider it similar to the heroic gear out of Vecna. It's like, these are level 19 quests. Like, level 19, I think, is much more awkward than 28. Because... Actually, they're very similar in that you're, like, right before a huge jump in power. So it's like, why bother doing this and having a whole nother set that you're not going to use for very long? Also, yes, thank you for the extra wand. We will see if we need it, because I still have the last one.
The path heading further into the city is
I took a wrong turn.
There are no signs of any mechanism to unlock or open either portcullis, preventing
I didn't take a tight enough turn, I think. Yeah. You wanted this way. Oh, red named. And it's dead. Yeah, that's true. Because you can... The epic XP doesn't go away. You just go straight from 30 to 34. Yeah, that is another point. If you're turning in sagas at that point. I forget when I would normally turn in sagas. I often turn them in earlier, because once you get up to like 28, 29, you just step into legendary quests anyway, so... There's a weird dead zone in the middle that I think I'm more likely to use them to get through.
This grand courtyard serves as the entry point for the sprawling House Sin compound. According to your sources, the laboratory, if your sources are correct, the laboratory with the flash stones should be through the open doorway to the west. An eerie green light pulses from one corner of this arcane laboratory.
Oh, good, you played me.
The flash stones are stored there.
Stupid undead necromancers with their damage reduction.
You have found a box of flash stones.
Flash stones.
Use them to destroy necromantic
I think
cauldrons.
I'm going to run into enough spell wards that disarming them is worth it, but it's right here and it's not too difficult to get. But yeah, like, that's what I said, it is a really awkward level. And it is And I still contend that it is similar to the Vecna being at level 19, just because I'm not gonna swap gear at 19. And if I want gear for 20, I have all of the packs with the old like steel scroll shard crafting that I can make level 20 gear from, that are going to be better than the Vecna gear. Oh no, Astral Panthers!
Explosion destroys the library's archive.
Oh no, dead Astral Panthers!
Scorched.
But yes, it will be interesting when they do make the legendary past lives. The question is going to be, what level do they do it at? I believe, because I wasn't playing at the time that they did it, but I think epic past lives were introduced when the cap was 28. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that, since I was not around at that time. But if that holds true, then perhaps they'll do it at 38 as well. And then the question is going to be, well, what are they? What is the system going to be like? Which I suppose we'll just have to see.
The drone of chanting pulses from the vast chamber ahead.
Wait, no, I don't need to search. I know what it is. It's a locked door.
Some sort of
hey, success.
Ritual must be underway. The guards watching the ritual chamber make no attempt to stop your arrival.
The thing is that the heroic system and the oh, I messed everything up. I meant to pop a cooldown and then talk to him. And then I accidentally stepped out of the stance I wanted to be in and had to wait for the internal cooldown to be back. Okay, that hurts a lot, Neophyte. If you could not, I would appreciate it. Okay. This one? Yeah, it can be. It also depends on how you do it. Like, there are a couple ways to do this. And the way I did it was the hard way. Or otherwise known as, like, the lazy / I am overpowered way. Just walk up, fight everything in the middle of everything. If you don't take the shortcut through the locked door, or even if you do, the easier way is you stand over there in that hallway, and you pull guys a few at a time. And don't just stand in the middle and let everything attack you, like I just did. That is the, I'm going to stat check this, I have the gear, I have the past lives, come and get it. R4, doesn't matter, come and get it. We are going to click the add button while we run to the next quest, and we will start the quest when ads are over. So, everyone else can hang out. If you're not getting ads, good for you. You can join us on our nice ride over to the next quest. But either way, we will not be starting the next quest until the ads are over. As I usually mention, at least once per night. If you are on YouTube, you don't get ads, or at least you don't get ads that I decide on. Unfortunately, I could not turn off ads if I wanted to, because that's not how YouTube works. YouTube requires your channel to be monetized before you have any say in what ads run when. And as my YouTube channel is not monetized, that means that YouTube's going to run ads whenever they feel like it, and I can't do anything about it. So, I can't sync up ads to happen during lulls in the action, I can't choose how many or how few ads to run. That's all up to YouTube, so that is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, with Twitch, they incentivize at least a specific amount of ads, which is 3 minutes per hour, which is what I run, and it lets me turn off a different type of ads, which is why I do it. So that's how much we run on Twitch. On YouTube, we can't tell how many we run, but in any case, we have arrived at the quest. We still got a minute's worth of ads, so I'm going to toss to the BRB screen, and I will be right back, and we'll start House of Rusted Blades. There we go. Yes, I know it's not currently capturing the game. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that the dog camera was properly centered on the dog.
The illusion spell
Because it's not showing in my preview for some reason.
The Dunrobar guards hardly blink as you walk by.
But welcome back from ads. As promised, we ran to the quest, but we hadn't started yet. So off we go. And because we hit level 23, we have Dimension Door, so we don't have to do the fight here. Of course, maybe we want to do it anyway, but I think we're just going to skip it. The only real reason to do it would be like getting remnants, because there are usually a lot of elites, because it's got a lot of the orange named Blade Masters, and orange named are more likely to be champions. So we could just use it as an opportunity to kill a bunch of champions, but I think we're just going to bail out.
Masters and yearling students alike dine elbow to elbow in the halls of this populous martial house.
I was just checking our guild buffs, and we've still got 2 hours on them. I had actually let them run out when I was at the end of my heroic levels and turning in my sagas, so I was missing the experience buff.
Battlemaster Teblin's prized blades are ruined. All that remains is to
go.
make the fact known.
And now I have to gather the party, which is much easier when it's a party of 1.
This bell is used to summon all
ring the courtyard bell.
Reverberates in the courtyard and throughout every corner of the Dunrobar compound.
And now, while we wait for them to talk about things, we can do our buffs.
Who are you?
Cries the High Battlemaster of Dunrobar.
Why have you rung the bell? What? Nothing to say for yourself?
Pointing at you, he roars.
Warriors of Dunrobar, attack! My weapons! What have you done?
Alright, now where were we? Oh yes. Slaughtering them all. Alright, and next time we get no holds barred up. There we go. There we go. We'll use our improved uncanny dodge.
The weapons master of Dunrobar lies dead. Who will
There we go.
This was the work of a mere servant. One or another drow house will be blamed, and their alliance will crumble, just like the weapon.
We wanted to kill 10 so that we would get the Reaper XP. Wait, did we actually? Yeah, 16. Good. Hey, bonus for not killing anything. If only that bonus were larger, maybe they would actually encourage stealth gameplay. Because the game is it's not really big on stealth most of the time. And the times that it is, it's not very good. But yes, that is 2 down, 1 to go. At least 1 to go until we get to the what? The capstone, I guess. The one that we need these 3 to flag for. The question is, do we have enough picklock for all of the doors? Because there's that one door that just takes so much more lockpicking than the others. But, only need one... what? In Death Undone? Right, I meant these doors. You don't need to lockpick them. Yeah, you can just break them and fight, but I feel no need to do that when I can just like walk up and hit a button instead.
In the Avathul slave pens. Due to the
Is it though?
Spell, you appear to be just one more harmless captive.
If it were just fighting the groups and they were already spawned, maybe. But since I have to break the doors first, I think unlocking is actually faster. So I appreciate that it is your opinion that it's faster to kill the groups than it is to pick the locks. I disagree with that stance. That's the hard one, by the way. So we did manage to get it. We rolled a 16.
The last of the captives have been freed, and a full riot is underway. Time to search for a way into the slave quarters within House Avathul. A guard captain investigates the racket.
What is going on here? Who let these captives out? Get back in your cages now!
Oh, more guards. Guard captain's dead. Other guards are dead. Oh, look, a chest. And I appreciate that there'll be no witnesses and no survivors, but that is also true if you pick the locks. If you don't alert any guards, there are also no witnesses. Although I suppose in that case there would in fact be survivors. But that's fine. We can kill the survivors later.
Quarters are unattended by slave master or guard. Their collars ensure absolute obedience.
I don't think I'm going to go for all of the optionals in this one. Like, I don't often do some of them. We are well set up with this build to do the kill the guy without killing any of the slaves. Just because we're a range build. We can walk in and just, like, shoot him and not shoot any of them.
An exasperated voice comes with the sound of an opening door.
What? These collars are supposed to be infallible!
Okay, where were we? Oh, yes. Disable device. Disable device. Disable device. There we go. Just keep disabling devices. Failed to get rat catcher for the 6th run of Threnal in a row. That is rough. It's supposed to be one of the ones that appears in the final set of rewards, isn't it? Because I'm pretty sure that's where I got mine. Like, that's one of the sets that's like, and when you get to the end, you get your pick of several of the named items. Of course, I don't think it guarantees them. I think there's like 6 items. Yeah, end reward from the whole chain. And there's like, I think 6 items, and you get a choice of 1 of 3 of them. Or something along those lines. Yeah. Like, you're guaranteed a named item, but not necessarily that named item, if I recall correctly.
In the kitchens, slaves cook and clean under a slave master's watchful eye. The slave master looks you over.
An unbroken slave in my kitchen? Either you are
Nope.
very stupid, or
That is a lot of Threnol, yes. There's a reason that I haven't ever gone back to, back to what? To, get, like, another Master's Gift. It's like, because I could definitely use one, so I could use a different set of glasses, like, at level 10. Because I have the one from the Vault of Night Raid. The glasses that are like, you know, search, spot, whatever, blindness immunity, all that good stuff. But I don't have a Master's Gift to put in it. I mean, I don't think the devs have been much for saying skill issue, but
Slaves
on the flip
stand
side, they're
beside
not.
large looms of
I can
spiders,
see why they wouldn't be
weaving
super.
fine garments for
It's just like, yeah, you got unlucky. Unlucky.
The slaves are free of their master's control for
Alright.
now.
Disable
It
device.
is time to face the heart of
Disable
Avathul's
device.
power. The slave breaker.
Disable device. Disable device. Disable device. Yep. Yep. So we're down 3, but that's okay. It's not really a big deal. We will refresh our buffs and be on our way.
An authoritative voice
So
can be heard.
do that. Refresh our short-term
Get up,
buffs.
slaves. I don't care if your fingers are bleeding. Your miserable lives mean
And we shall try to nuke down the boss without killing any of the slaves. Let's see, we are in the right stance, yes.
Who are you? Couldn't wait to give yourself to House Avathul? Very well, then. You think you can escape us? Run if you can, slave.
There we go.
House Avathul will find you.
Easy enough.
What are you waiting for? Slaves, get them!
Just hit improved uncanny dodge so we don't die, and
their slave-making
easy extra
apparatus
XP.
shells. The great
Wait, did we
house
accidentally kill one?
pulling their support from the others and focusing on their own problems.
Huh. I thought we only targeted him and, like, 2 of the assassins who were on the side in the beginning. Oh well. It's okay. They're drow. They're not really people. Given that, I'm not sure if you caught it, but there's a voice line on one of the ones you freed earlier that's like, ah, yeah, I'm gonna get some slaves of my own now. It's like, that was a bit in, I want to say Deep Space Nine as well. That there's a line that, like, Ferengi don't want to stop the oppression, they want to be on the side of the oppressors. In that case, we're talking about economic exploitation, because Ferengi, of course it is. But I believe the Drow are much the same way. It's like, there's nothing wrong with keeping slaves. Slavery is a big part of Drow culture. It's just, you know, they want to be the masters. So that's just how their society works, unfortunately. Very Spartan of them. But yes, now we get to turn these in. Hello, Need More Chai. Welcome. We're discussing whether it's okay to free drow slaves, because they're just going to go and try to enslave other people when you do it. but stopping them would be culturally insensitive because it's a vital part of their culture. It's kind of a problem with, we'll say, some certain fantasy depictions of races that like, yeah, well, they're just evil, that's just how they are. Except, of course, even play as Drow, and you don't have to be evil. Everyone will still think you are because, well, most Drow are, but, you know, Inquisitive Paladin, yes. Because I'd seen a split floating around, and I was like, that seems interesting, we'll try it out. And because I'm doing Iconic lives, and I needed Bladeforged lives. So I was just like, well, I need Bladeforged, and I saw this Paladin Inquisitive build floating around, so we'll give that one a shot. Also, because I played a lot of Inquisitive before, I have the gear around for it already, which makes things very convenient. Alright, off to Shindelrund. Oh, perhaps I should have spent my points, since I have 4 points now. Oh well, we'll spend those points later. But yes, Inquisitive Paladin has been serving me quite well, and part of that is the build, part of that is the gear, since I have the best-in-slot epic leveling weapon for Inquisitive, which is the Epic Storm, and it's got 5 sentient slots in it, so it can do a lot of heavy lifting on its own. But yeah, we've been running through these quests at R4, and haven't really run into any large threats yet. So it's been going very smoothly for the Inquisitive Paladin. Okay, we want to put buffs up. There we go. Weapon attachment. Why is Epic Storm the best? Crit profile. 2 reasons. 6 to 18 x4, which is a larger crit profile than most. And if you see the damage, which is about to scroll off the screen, unlike most heavy crossbows, which are 1d8, it's 1d12. So it has better crit profile and better dice. It is the best you can get at level 20. I don't know if there's a caught in the web crossbow that would be better starting at like 24 or whatever, but I know that at 20, Storm is the best. And it's good enough that there's no real need to change it as you level. Ratcatcher is still very good. It is what I wore until I put on Storm. So it is not as broken as it was, but it is good for some of the same reasons as Storm, which is crit profile. So Ratcatcher not only has improved crit range, it also has improved crit damage. So it's not just that it crits more often, but it also crits harder. I don't believe it has Sonic on it, but it does have Lightning, yes. There we go. Oh. I'm surprised she didn't sacrifice that statue to stay alive.
An inert large portal gateway. This is where the Drow enter the Temple of Loth that sits high atop the ziggurat. Elminster has just
Oh, you just got Elemental Bloom? Elemental Bloom is similarly broken for the same reasons. Both improved crit range and multiplier. Oh. Hello, spider. Also, Elemental Bloom has the paralyzed proc, which is nice, and it has the body feeder like temp health thing, which is handy as well. Crit is
portal
king,
lies
yes.
ahead. The interior of the ziggurat is so vast.
Well,
that
it's
the
one of
drow
them.
use magic
Double
to
shot is really nice too. We're at almost 100% double shot. We're not quite there yet. We're at 93 or 97 standing. I always forget which way to go here. But you will note that we are playing a little bit more conservatively than we would if we were actually... This is the wrong way, I'm pretty sure. Then if we were on R1, we're like actually kiting back to try to not take as many hits. Because these guards and all can still hurt. Yeah, this is a locked door. We have gone the wrong way. Now, granted, I could simply unlock the door. Actually, this is the other key point I look for. This collectible around the corner. That's the correct way.
Drow guards stand a mute watch throughout this area. You'll need to take care of them before you'll be able to reach this point.
Hello, Blade Master. There we go. Stand and deliver. Build up my stacks, get all my range power, and blow things up. Now, I have debated at times whether it's faster to Dimension Door back or to run back, but I believe that Dimension Door is better, particularly for this build, because we don't have like sprint boosts or move speed. So, but yeah, no, I don't have a problem with the Spider Hatchery one, because that one is well marked, like when you go off to the right up here, because the Spider Hatchery has a bunch of webs in front of it, so I know to go to the not webbed side. Our shorter term buffs have worn off again. Let's see. Oh no, a Drider. Okay, well, that was difficult. Okay. Use the guards is slightly more concerning. But, you know, we make do. Because in this case, it's easier to find your way because you walk through this door and you see, alright, you got rest trains, you have webs, no webs. We go the no webs. Oh, that's not good. The Drider blocked my movement and then tripped me because I did not hit block in time. So if you didn't know that, you can actually deliberately not get tripped by webline trip. You just need to hold the shift key.
With its Drow Guardians dead, the Spider Brooch is now
and we pick up our
yours
remnants,
for the taking.
And we're good to go.
Now that you've found both magical components,
And now we can go back to the main
elements that can
chamber.
Open the portal within the main chamber.
We were slow enough that Dimension Door is off cooldown. I guess the other benefit of Dimension Door is that you get the Reaper healing from it. Because you went through a portal, so you get healed for your Reaper health and Reaper spell points. Which I'm still pretty sure is a bug, but, you know, they haven't fixed it yet. And it's not one that I tend to exploit, like deliberately use, but some quests you really can't avoid doing it. Like, you're exploiting this to get all this extra healing. It's like, the minimum route through this quest requires me to walk through a bunch of portals. I don't know what you want me to do about it. Come on. I'm only gonna have like half my no holds barred left. Or less. What a disappointment. I only had 1 second left on my no holds barred by the time she died.
The portal entrance is now clear.
Suffice to say, not too concerned about that. And now we get to have them talk a bit. Just a bit. And after they talk a bit, we'll kill all these people. Well, okay, as we mentioned, drow. So, evil people. Even if we can't say all drow are evil, these ones definitely are. Can't decide what stance I want to be in. I think we'll just stick with Archer's focus. And just say we have enough AoE from our AoE shots.
The thread of the weave right into my hands.
Alright, Anna, do your thing.
Loth, the thread of the weave is my gift to you. Now enter the portal, girl, and accept your fate in the demon web. You cannot resist.
I have once again mistimed their aggroing. Keep myself topped up.
Slay these unworthies in your glorious name. Mother of spiders, send me your children to cleanse your temple.
Now these, yep, see, webline snare, hold block, no webline snare, no trip. See? That time I didn't hit it in time. I was in the middle of a shooting animation.
Why do you persist? Loth is
gotta put this buff back up.
Now she has the thread of the weave. Dark Mother, send forth your demonic minions to slay your enemies.
Alright. This is where if I were melee, I'd just stand up by the portal and constantly cleave, but, you know. Instead, I'll just stand over here and just mow them down.
Me defeat your foes. Did I not bring you the thread of the weave?
Very dead. Exceptionally dead.
Please, hear me. Your servant begs you.
So yeah, I would say, like, how high a Reaper should we go on the next quest, since R4 is not challenging enough? Except, the next quest is Belly of the Beast. And the acid floor is going to absolutely wreck me. So, we're just going to do that one on R2? R2 is what we failed on last life, but let's see if we can do it better this time.
Her death was swift out of respect for her deeds. Your own death will be slow and painful if you dare enter the demon web. Now go and tell the world of Loth's power and might.
Alright. Actually, we're just going to double recall. And then we'll go to Belly of the Beast from the Shindelrin portal. But we're going to go run off to the bank and get our Wand of Resist Energy that was graciously given to us by Aviator last life when we were doing our Temple of Elemental Evil runs. And according to what he said in the stream earlier, he sent us a second one. So, it's not something that I'll use often, but it's nice to have on hand. There's a good chance that I will not grab the second one out of the bank, or out of the mail, because, well, while I do want one around to use occasionally, it's hard to justify multiple taking up inventory space, because inventory management can be a bit of a pain. But we will see what we can do. Slot. Let's just say all. Water resist energy. There we go. How many charges does it have on it? 21. Lots of charges. Okay. How much space do we have? 38. More than enough. Alright, so we'll turn this in. We'll grab the Demon Web quests while we're here. Alright, more Valor. Slaver's Hand Crossbow, which is a repeating light crossbow. It's food at least. And we'll grab Demon Web quests while we're here. Oh, and since I forgot to do it before, we can spend our epic points. Since we have enough to actually change things. Alright, we have 4 points. Which means we can either get max rain and 1 point here, or 1 point rain and this. I think we'll take this and 1 point in rain. So the sonic damage on our epic strikes is doubled. So basically, here, instead of 2d10 that scales with range power, it's 4d10. And that sonic damage was already hitting pretty hard, so it's going to hit even harder now. Which doesn't do a lot for overall clear speed, but single target damage, it does a lot. Then again, this build is not exactly short on single target damage. So, we'll see if that ends up mattering at all. Okay. Off to hunt the worm. Shindorin. Yes. And then we're going to turn right back around. Through the portal to the Underdark. And actually we need to do a quick gear swap for Featherfall.
Magic to keep you away from this portal gate, but they have failed. Through it, you can strike directly at the
Thanks for stopping by, Aviator. Always nice to see you. Have a nice rest of your evening, wherever it is you are headed out to. We shall continue on, trying to make our way through the Underdark and miss... Oh, I thought I was going to miss that jump. So, this is a trick that I don't think you realize. I think it has to do with like my monitor settings. But I've seen on the stream versus what I see on the monitor, it's actually much, much darker on my monitor than it is on stream. So if it looks like I can't see where I'm going, that is probably accurate. That I, in fact, cannot see where I am going in like any of the darker areas. But I've done this run enough times that it's not really too big a deal. Oh, ooh, I accidentally went it on R4. It is likely that we die inside the worm now, but we'll still give it a shot. We'll just have to really look for those little side islands of safety. Caster level 5. So I can cast resist energy, but you know, I only have caster level 5 on it, so it only gives me plus 10.
What is the password?
Hi. I shouldn't have haggled. Okay, the demon soul needs to actually die. That one actually hurts.
The magical barrier dissipates with
Well, that doesn't bode well for the beginning, but, you know,
must be deeper into these caves.
being ranged instead of melee is going to help a lot inside the worm too, since I can actually aggro and fight guys from the relative safety of not in the acid, and then quickly run through the acid, well, though Let's put words together. Quickly run through the acid after those guys are dead, so I don't need to worry about it quite so much. But yes, we are off. We've chosen to not do the optionals because we're being lazy, and by being lazy I mean making it harder for ourselves later on, which is what being lazy often does. Well, being lazy or poor time management, or any number of other things, which means you don't get stuff done promptly. It all adds up the same way, really. I think I have diplomacy. Yay!
There is no profit in facing the armies of Cormier.
But of course, it's no fun if we just stand up here.
Feral Caverim shouts to the crowd.
Excellent. I love volunteers.
Let the games. Feral Caverim shouts out to you and the crowd.
Well done. But we didn't come here to see the death of unthinking animals, now did we? It's time for some thinking, feeling gladiators. So we can see the
We don't actually want to let those guys stand in melee with us. But we do want to actually build up our stacks. Hello, float on by. Welcome. We made a mistake and we entered the quest on R4, so we are probably going to die to acid. But, you know, sometimes that just happens. There's been a lot of dying to acid on Twitch recently, I believe. Mostly because Schedule 1 appears to be very popular for people to play. I don't know if people actually died in that game, but I made the joke regardless. It's going pretty well. We've been going through on R4 so far, so that's why we accidentally went into this one also on R4, but we really should have dropped it. Also, we hit 23, so we got a bit of a power spike there.
The Caverim applauds your further victories.
Well, perhaps those you
I'm gonna move over here to a little bit higher ground.
Competing next is the Drow slave master Voltaine, who will be doing all the thinking for his
Hello,
famed
Voltaine.
slaves.
Voltaine is dead.
Bye, Voltaine. And now we move.
Not join you. Instead, one of them exclaims,
Filthy surface scum! It is I
Okay,
who
there we go.
survive this arena,
Voltaine down.
Not you.
Why the defensive stance? Why not the defensive stance? But the actual answer is because there isn't a lot else that I wanted, and I like having defenses while leveling, especially while leveling solo. I will probably spec out of it at cap. I'm aware that I'm ranged. Sometimes stuff still gets to me.
Feral continues to address the audience.
I do not have enough points for 11 Vistani. I have 6 points to spare, which is just enough for defensive stance. And 6 Vistani would normally be a good splash, but I already got my deflect arrows from my monk levels, so it's less appealing than it would otherwise be. But yeah, there are a variety of things I could splash into for it. Like, one easy thing I could switch to is 2 more points in my racial tree for quality health. Like, that's an easy pickup.
Feral seems displeased.
Yeah, but I don't have the points to spare for that. Like, it's incredibly tight. 41 plus 12 plus 23, I've only got 6 points left. So I would drop the double strike from Artificer if I went for the double strike there. Let's switch to improved precise shot, shall we? Back to Arthur's focus. Oh. Hate when that happens. Ran out of ammo. Well, yeah, the point is that there's not a lot of offensive pickups I can get with only 6 points. Now, if I had splashed, say, Rogue, or, what is it, Dark Hunter, then there would be more pickups. But with Monk, there are fewer. Obviously, I can drop 1 point into Henshin for, like, 1 imbue die. Like, that's absolutely an option. And, as I said, I will likely swap points at cap. But for now, while leveling, I do like my defenses.
The worm is attacking the spectator stands. Those faced with here's their misfortune.
Kill the purple worm.
Another stand collapses the worm's assault. More spectators fall.
Do you mind if I kill the worm here?
The last of the spectators tumble into the arena. Their cheers fade and shrieks.
Okay, at least they didn't run straight for me this time. Much easier. This way. Okay, now we get to gather up chests.
Another worm.
One Horizon gives you, like, the mark thing. Like, you could also put points into low-level Horizon stuff for, like, plus to hit, but there's not a whole lot there. Like, obviously, like, easy pickups, quality health, always handy. As I said, like, Shin Tao would give me stuff. I could get extra smites here, but that's not very good.
That giant worm swallowed Feral Cave whole. It demolished
Fadark's not going to give me much. But yeah, one here for the imbue die. I don't think I get anything from animal forms. Core 3 and Harper? Really? 1 to hit and damage, plus 2 to hit and damage versus evil. And there is a lot of evil around. Yeah, most of the big stuff is more than 6 points deep, though. As it stands, 25 physical and magic resist is substantial. Now, it will not be substantial at cap, because once I have gear at cap, it is very likely that I'll already have capped magic resist. So it loses a lot of benefit then, because, well, 25 magic resist when you're already capped isn't useful. But for now, before we have gear, it is useful. Gets us up to 76. Ah, that is pretty low PRR. But the hope is, of course, that nothing hits you, so I see the reasoning behind it. It's just not what I am choosing at the moment. Let's see, we don't want to run weapon attachment yet. Alright, we will put that on for acid. How much does the acid tick for?
Ahead, acidic fluids dyed this as a piece of that worm-slaying weapon that Cave Orim was using. It must have shattered
70
when it was
something.
swallowed. If you found and reassembled the pieces, you could use them. Even when shattered into pieces, the Cavorim weapon could still confer resistance against this digestive acid. If you slay something with the the worm's anatomy
All right.
opens to let you through.
And we just
deeper
heal up on this little
into its
island.
digestive tract.
Excuse me. Let me stand on the thing. Thank you.
Perhaps slaying them with the Earthcarver shard will also fuel its protective magic.
Okay. Can I shoot the phlegm from here? The whole double ticking thing is making it more difficult than it needs to be.
That ooze, it's some kind of buildup of digestive phlegm.
I mean, this quest is annoying even on lower Reaper. Especially if you're like solo, so, you know, you get bigger healing penalties. I have never done it R10.
These shards gleam with power when they come near each other. This section of intestine is infested by some kind of parasites. They probably feed whatever the worm has, or Deathblow smashes the parasite into pieces.
Can I stand on
Something
this?
it had swallowed
No?
glimmers as
How
the
about
rest
this?
of its remains dissolve.
Okay.
Another Earthcarver shard.
Found somewhere to stand. You did it duo with a monk and it sucks a lot. What is your primary way of staying alive and healing through all the damage if you are duoing with a monk? Like, is one of you running a healing aura, or is the new monk, like, finisher heal thing enough? I mean, I guess if you can heal each other, that is a big benefit for getting around some of the healing penalty. Excuse me, I said pick up the shard.
Reassemble the weapon. It looks like it's Feral Cavorim. He still lives and has the last shard in his hand.
That's a Fear Reaper. I might die to that.
The Cavorim mastermind is dead at last. Other Cormyrian captives will be spared the fate of becoming worm food. Now you just
Oh,
have to
interesting.
save yourself from that
Oh,
end as well.
good, good, good. I thought it was going to flood as soon as I killed him, but it doesn't flood until I grab the shard over there. So that's good. What's our duration on this? Almost gone. Good thing we checked. We need to reconnect our weapon because we swapped.
Finally,
So the problem I've had with monk healing even before the change was not like the being lazy, but like the internal cooldown. Like, you needed to stack 3 light things and then use it, and sometimes that is a lot.
Now that you have some footing, here's your chance to use Earthcarver to get out
Because,
of
like, there was a cooldown on it. But yeah, having absorbs from Grandmaster Flowers does make sense. Alright, well, knowing that there are places to stand and such did make it easier. Oh, and an ad is starting. But that's fine, we just finished the quest. We'll let that run while we turn stuff in and go to the next. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the Grandmaster Flowers 4, that Stunning Fist is also a light builder. Excellent. Well, because our ad on Twitch is going to be starting here in a second, we will go away and refill our drink, stretch our legs. I encourage everyone else to do the same. We will head into the Demon Web when we get back, and maybe we'll increase our skulls a little bit. So I will see you then. Alright, people should be back from ads in just a moment, so we're going to head into the Demon Web. Explore the Demon Web. Yes.
Back into my web so soon, mortals.
Ooh, and we got the Easy Bridge.
How interesting. It's a little late to try to finish what started back in Overall. The Drow have gathered, although I wouldn't allow you here unless I gained some advantage from your presence.
Always
When
convenient.
you killed my servant, Karis, back on the Lords of Dust in that pitiful realm of Khyber, thought they could share power. How foolish they were to think that the Spinner of Shadows would work alongside them. True power is gained by
Which way is
snatching it
exactly?
from the unworthy.
Off to the left. There we go. $87. Oh, because I'm not buffed. Right. Like, could have sworn I had 97. Alright, let's go for 6. See if it works out. Oh, wait. Hi. Yay, 3,000. What is it? 5,000 XP? 5,000 XP. Alright, we'll go for 6. And I do not take the jump shortcut route here because I don't like it. That's really all there is to it. Like, it should be better. But, I don't know. I always end up, like, getting turned around if I try to take it. Which I suppose the actual fix for that is, well, do it a couple more times and actually learn it better. But maybe I don't want to.
Show yourselves, weaklings. I would speak with you.
There we go. 1 gem.
As you pull the lever next to the blue sigil, a peculiar-looking console lights up nearby.
Alright, what are we looking at? If we go here and here, then we'll be left with these two blank. And if these two are blank, then the solution is this. So we need this minus these two, or plus these two. Welcome, Smokin' Frenchman. This is Dungeons & Dragons Online. It came out in 2006, and it is a MMO. So, this is a puzzle that we're doing at the moment. I know how to solve, I just need to actually solve it. Or maybe I'm dumb and have forgotten how to solve it. Alright, I'm dumb and have forgotten how to solve it. Boy. But yes, its main strength and weakness is the build system. The build system is, well, if you're familiar with Dungeons & Dragons 3 or 3.5, then a lot will seem familiar. You've got levels, you've got feats and whatnot, but you also have talent trees. Some that are based on your class, and we have multi-classed. It allows multi-classing. Some that are universal, that you can unlock through various things, which are kind of like prestige classes. This is Inquisitive, this is Harper, which you should, if you're familiar with the settings, will seem familiar. But that's from 1 through 20. The level cap was like 8 when it launched, but you know, that was like 18, 19 years ago. Level cap is now 34. We are currently 23, which means we have another set of trees to put points into once you're in epics, which is 20 to 30. So, where was I? Alright, so if I push this button, we're left with the 1 in the corner. And I don't remember the pattern to solve for 1 in the corner. So we're just going to mess around a little bit until I find something I know how to solve. Oh, okay. Oh, 2 in the middle. Is this the cross pattern? I don't think so. We're going to try it. I'm going to mess around until I find something that looks vaguely familiar. Okay, alright. This one I know. Single on the side should be middle and all 3 opposing. Well, that took much longer than usual. There are only a few patterns that I don't know how to solve from, and we unfortunately ran into one of them. But yes, we are mostly in the Inquisitive tree, which means we are fighting by dual-wielding crossbows. And we're relatively strong, so we have the difficulty set pretty high. So, for anyone else who may be here and not be familiar with the game, the game has multiple difficulties that you can enter any given quest in. There's, there's normal, there's hard, there's elite, and there is Reaper. And once you get into Reaper, it scales further with the number of skulls you assign. I believe it's similar to the Mythic Plus system. Not all the way, and I'm not super familiar with that system in WoW because it mostly came out after I had stopped playing. But essentially, skulls 1 through 10, the more skulls, the more damage things do, but it doesn't have the extra modifiers that Mythic Plus does. What it does have are extra difficult mobs called Reapers that spawn that have various special abilities that will ruin your day. Okay, so 2 on the side like this. The solution to that is this shape. So we have this, but we also, like, this would be the solution to, oh no, this would be the solution. There we go. Yeah, so this would be the solution to the left side. And this would be a solution to the right side. So it should just be these 2 and these 2. If I'm remembering correctly. I'm not remembering correctly. I have ruined everything. Let's reset it so I can look at it again. Alright, in order to solve this... Is it this way? Maybe it's this way instead. Which means it's these 2 and these 2. There we go. That's what it is. I had my the slant wrong. There we go. Now, if I wanted to be faster or more efficient about this, I don't need to actually solve all of the puzzles. You only need to do, like, I think 4 in order to unlock the gates. Plus, like, I don't even need to unlock this gate. You can jump through this gap on the side here. But I'm going to do them all anyway, just because I feel like it. So we do have an ability that lets us do more damage if we stand still for a while shooting, so that's one reason why we might want to stand still. Alright, what do we have? Okay, well, let's do this first, which is probably going to be incorrect. But okay, we have unsolved it. It is completely undone. So how are we going to redo it? Well, if we go here and here, we're left with 2 on the side here. And we, as we just saw in the previous one, 2 empty on the side here. The solution is this. Oh, yep, good night. And yeah, I don't know exactly how long I'll be at camp, but I'll probably run at least 1 round of raids once I'm there. So we want to go this, plus that and that, which means we don't do that. We do this one, and then the diagonal. No, walk closer. Ah, and then these 2. Right. Excellent. We got the Gem of Wits, and just for spite, we're going to go around instead of actually opening the door. This way. So this is Fear Reaper. More than half of the streamers are playing Inquisitive? Huh. Well, I did it before, it was cool. I say that only half jokingly. I've done a lot of Inquisitive lives at this point. But the fact that it is very strong right now does make it more popular, as these things tend to go. Hello, thank you, please attack me. Please approach me. I can't kill you if... Well, I'm playing a ranged class. In fact, I can kill them without them approaching me.
You have defeated Shoaz, the Trider
2 Blightcaster, 1 Dragon Lord, 4 Inquisitive. Eh. Inquisitive is pretty solid. It's always been pretty solid. Well, it has at points been ridiculously strong. But at the moment, it is very strong. Alright, what do we got? We're just going to push a couple buttons until I see something that looks familiar to me. Okay, alright. Now we know that if we push this button, we're going to be left with 2 empty on the side. And we know the solution to 2 empty on the side is this shape. So we need to do this shape plus that one. Which is an annoyingly long solve, but... There we go. Lightcaster is also fun. It's, I swear I was playing it wrong, because a lot of people seem to, like, play it as, like, a full-on nuker, but I always ended up relying on, like, the bramble area spells. So it was more like kiting stuff into them. I don't know if you typed in stars or if Twitch censored your message. I haven't looked at my auto-mod settings in a while, but if it were actually getting auto-modded, I'm pretty sure it would have just said, like, message deleted, not stars.
I'm glad you're here, mortals. Your corpses will make nice meals.
Ah, it's a link. Yeah, okay. What was it a link to? Oh, okay. That's not good. I just killed him and suddenly triple Reaper spawn. Including Vengeance. Okay, well then. 9-man R9 threats old and new. Nice. Is that just as many people as you could get? Or was there a specific reason you went for 9 instead of a full rate of 12? You? They? I don't know if you were part of this group or not. Let's see. If we go left and right, we're left with just this one unlit. And we know the answer to that is this, 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 and this. So basically we need to hit all 6 of these. You just... Oh, okay. So you specifically did it short man for the challenge. But 8 was too rough. Okay. Refresh my memory. So, because, as I mentioned, I've been in, you know, the 1 to 20 grind for a while. Threats Old and New is the one with the Hydra? Or that's the one with the, like, big fire dragon at the end? Because right now they're competing with Space in my head as, quote-unquote, the new raid. When, you know, one of them is much newer than the other. I ran into a lot of difficulty in the fire one being melee. It's just like constantly the boss spinning. Oh yeah, the fire dragon with 80 million HP. Was this the raid that you were bringing like all the favored soul inquisitives with super high absorb stats and magic resist? Just because there's a lot of undodgeable damage and you need to be able to soak it? Oh, our buffs are wearing off. But yeah, I've never done any push raiding. Come on. There we go. Then a Viper's has the Hydra. Okay. Wait, can I not jump that? $32. Unfortunate. Oh, there we go. I had to get the angle right.
You aren't quite as feeble as you look, mortals.
I don't know, I like...
And I'll give you your reward.
Honestly, one of the things I like most is like just messing around with all sorts of different builds. Like, at one... when I played WoW, on one of the expansions, I had a lot of ults. As in, I had every class at cap. Like, they weren't all like geared that well, but I had leveled every class to the level cap. And instead of having ults here in DDO, I can do extra lives. So, as Lannister said earlier with his goodbye, that he'd see me at cap, you know, if I stay at cap for long. There's a reason he tacked on that latter bit, because I often don't stay at cap for long. So, I like messing around with different builds and all. That's like, last life, I was playing the Assassin, and I'd never played an Assassin before. So that was interesting. And like, this one is like, I'd seen this build floating around, I didn't understand exactly how it worked or why it was supposed to be good. It's like, well, I've done Inquisitive before, but I haven't been a Paladin Inquisitive. And it's got a little bit of extra spice to it for being a multi-class instead of a single class. So, you know, I'll give it a shot, see how it goes. So, I think that's one of the things I like most is like just running a bunch of different builds. Alright, he just straight up hits me for 800, sure. Got 1900 health, but that initial charge that I opted to not dodge, it was pretty clear that I should have dodged it, as it hit me for almost half of my health. A significant amount of my health. Alright, we're down to 2 charges of this. Fortunately, they're down to... Oh, that's a Despair Reaper. Go away! Despair Reaper also walks up, hits me for 1/3 of my health. Of course, as you were mentioning earlier, Floton by, the greatest defense of a ranged character is the fact that you are at range. Of course, the Despair Reaper teleporting directly on top of me does kind of nullify that, except that I can run away, but still. This is what you get for running on R6. We do run into more difficult Reapers.
You've accomplished your mission and helped thwart the Spider Queen's plans, though it's a dangerous thing to draw the attention of an angry god.
Alright, we want to go up, and then once we are up, we want to go west, I think? East. East. We want to go east. To the right. As we just go up this spiral. Oh, hello.
You have kept me so entertained in your
Oh, we didn't need to go all the way up. I just go all the way up, I guess, out of habit, because I want to get a good vantage point. It's like, there's the bridge I'm aiming for.
Once the demon web consumes it.
And of course, we don't have to gear swap for Featherfall because, well, here in the demon web, everyone gets Featherfall automatically. It's part of the environmental effects.
And another. I must have more. More worlds. More worshippers.
I do need to take our audience here into account a little bit more, because on the one hand, we have people like Float On By here, who does more advanced, harder stuff and knows more about a lot of stuff than I do. And then we have people like the Frenchman earlier, who didn't know what the game was. And I feel like I cater more towards the first crowd than the second. I kind of assume people know stuff when, let's be honest, even people who play the game, there is a lot to know in the game. Like, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, and I've been playing a long time. So I should probably assume that people know less about it, and, you know, maybe even if it's someone who does know a lot of things, maybe whatever specific thing I'm talking about is one they hadn't heard of before. I know I've been watching various streamers and found it's like, oh, I didn't know that worked that way. It's just like, cool. Or sometimes it's commenters on the stream that, like on Tuesday, someone mentioned that in the fourth quest in Vault of Night, you can skip all of the fights on the right-hand side if you have a pet by having the pet, like you go to the lever, you park your pet by the lever, and then you have him pull it after you've left. So, you know, you're already gone and you have to fight your way out. Okay, we're gonna move a little bit, otherwise we might just die here. No, we might just die anyway.
The sign of binding.
That is a lot of dot damage. 2 dots both ticking for like 200 apiece. Yikes.
The sign has ceased, but something feels wrong. Perhaps it had protections.
Okay. You did manage to get past it. There we go. And yeah, that's going to be something I need to take into account. What I should have done is I should have grabbed like a spell absorb item out of the bank. Because when you're running High Reaper, spell absorb can be incredibly useful. And again, since, as I just said, I should probably explain more things because there are people here who don't know all the mechanics already. Spell absorb basically just says, and they have a limited number of charges on them. It just says, you know that spell you cast? It goes away. Not I resist part of the damage, not anything else like,
Turns off with a reluctant
oh, I reduce it or anything like that. It's just the spell that hit you doesn't hit you. It's just gone. But of course, it'll only absorb so many spells. So if you just try to wear it full time, some random like couple small spells here and there will just eat through all of it, and then you won't have it for the big spells. So alright, there we go. Yay, knockdown effects. Inquisitive has an ability at level 20 that when you Vorpal, they get knocked down, and they don't get up again.
The power drains suddenly from the side in one violent jolt. You feel the third and final sign has been undone.
See, I feel like what's supposed to happen is like this demon only spawns if you mess that up, like I just did. But for some reason, he's just always there. So
The Yugoslav agent calls into the first
Okay,
door.
so I failed the Intimidate roll. Probably because I didn't put on a swap item to make my Intimidate higher. But now the last fight will be slightly harder. Because the problem with fighting for mercenaries, in this particular case, is you get to the last boss, and the last boss is like, "Oh, you're mercenaries? I'll pay you more." And they're like, "Cool, we work for you now." Which is not great for me.
Champion of Love, holds court in the Great Hall of Ruins Keep. Contempt is written across his face.
I got my timing wrong again. Or... what? Why is it not triggering? Do I need to, like, walk up in front of him? If so, I'm gonna wait for that to be off cooldown again before we start the fight. So we'll just wait here for another, 8 seconds or so.
The Gablezu eyes the mercenaries. Why fight against me when you pay us more?
Alright, so I needed to walk over here by the entrance. Howard stun? Really? Alright, we're moving. We're spinning. So this is the guy that I found out when I was doing High Reaper on a different life. He's got a terrible turn radius. Like, even if you're melee, you can no-hit this fight by just circling around him quickly, and he will not be able to get a single hit in on you. I don't know why he has such a terrible turn radius, but he does. Alright, for this next quest, we're going to need to go back to town real quick for something. Because you can do it to so many mobs? Really? Is it only ones with larger hitboxes? Or because I feel like smaller hitboxes, it would be harder to do. You can also jump tank many mobs, including Reapers and Doom Reapers. So, how do you avoid the Reaper slow that happens basically if they melee when they're anywhere close to you? That would keep you from, like, jumping around. Like, if you jump at a specific time, you jump over the actual attack. Okay, so it's like hitbox manipulation. Like, I know that this was a thing for... It's a thing in a lot of games, really. Like, I think it was one of the Ark games that, like, basically... If you walk backward in, like, a serpentine pattern, you get certain mobs into a specific pattern of, like, they walk forward, they go to melee you. By the time the melee animation finishes, you're out of range. And then they walk forward, try to melee you, repeat as necessary. Alright, we will get one more intelligence. We will get... let's see... We can grab Eerie Aim. Eerie Aim is nice. Wait, do we not have Double Shot yet? Do we need to be even higher? Alright, we don't get Double Shot yet, or we already took it. We don't want Inspiring Bond, we don't want Master of anything. Oh yeah, we should probably just take Overwhelming Critical then. And it's less of an animation manipulation, more existing pathing issues. Really? Also, I'd like your opinion on something, because I'm pretty sure it's definitely still worth it. But, Patience. Patience got nerfed that it slows down your crossbow reload speed now too. Pretty sure it's still worth it, because reload speed goes away during No Holds Barred. But the other thing we want to pick up here in town is a hireling. We want someone who is not us operating the portal. I mean, they did change it. You'll have lower DPS outside of burst window. Or do you mean that, like, the change to reload speed didn't actually change reload speed? Like, are you saying the change didn't go through, or the change didn't have an effect? Because both of those are possible. Like, it actually changed the speed, but it doesn't really affect damage, versus they said it slowed things down. Okay, so it did actually change the reload speed, but it's a negligible effect. Okay. It's fine. Like, I figured because during your big burst window, you have no animation, or you have no reload time anyway, because that's what the burst window does. It depends on the cluelessness point. It really depends on what the goal was. Like, if they wanted to hard nerf Inquisitive, this ain't it. Like, it's not gonna do it. They also like 3x damage on moment. Yeah, that's... I saw that, and it was just like, okay, so you lose the random... Excuse you. I was looking at build things, Spider. Like... Like, it was obviously meant to tune Inquisitive down. I don't think they were trying to, like, kill it, though. Like, they have in the past hard nerfed Inquisitive. Like, when it first came out, it had full double shot, and then they dropped it to half double shot, I think. And now it's either back up to full or at, like, 75% or something. But, like, if they wanted to hard nerf it again, they just have to change that constant if they want to. Say you only get half it. They buffed everyone with the moment? Yeah. Oh, right. I can't look at the multi-selector in here. But yeah, it's what the procs went from 3d100 to 10d100 for the 30% proc chances, and we lost the random effect on every bolt, which was supposed to be, I think, more of a... That's more of a lag fix than a balancing fix. It's like, we're going to take away some of your damage because proccing things on every attack when people are throwing out a whole ton of attacks per second is slowing things down. I mean, it's a lot of damage. I guess it's supposed to make up for the fact that you're not getting all of these procs, but getting more reliable damage instead of a bunch of random effects, I'm with you that it's a lot. It scales with, what, 100% range power? Or 200? Is that 120k? Yeah, that's, that is a lot of damage. I'm assuming that's in, that's not with Reaper debuffs. Or are you saying that's R10 numbers? Because if that's after the R10 debuffs, that is even more ridiculous. So, again, here I am talking like everyone knows what things are. So, in Reaper, the higher the skulls, the higher your damage debuff. And once you get up to R10, it's like 70% drop. Okay, not in Reaper. Alright. That makes that somewhat more reasonable. It's like, if you're seeing 120k procs in R10, when it's like... Actually, because the procs get a double penalty, don't they? Because wouldn't those be affected by the quote-unquote caster nerf that also was a heavy nerf to Inquisitive? Where they nerfed elemental damage extra in 7 through 8. Why can I not back through this doorway? Oh, I didn't know that a wall came down there. Interesting. I was like, why can't I back up? It's like, there's a wall that pops up there. Alright, good to know.
Word from far-off Gianthold reaches Stormreach.
Alright.
Strange tales of giants and dragons.
That's still a lot of damage in R10. Do we die from falling? No. Hooray! Alright, we're going to try that again. But this time with the understanding that when you engage that mob, a wall spawns behind you. Oh yeah, okay, so it's 85% for physical, 90% for magical reduction in R10. Which is why, if I recall correctly, mobs don't get extra health in Reaper, if I remember. They get more effective health because your damage gets dropped so hard. But not actually more health. I think, well, maybe R1 has more health than Elite, but I don't think skulls affect it. I could be wrong. It's not something I've looked into a ton. Because, well, for, among other reasons, because it's kind of a moot point. There are multiple effects going on in Reaper that make enemies have much more effective health. Alright, back to the Demon Web. And we need to get back to that, that quest. Alright, so the thing is, this whole wilderness area is a bit of a maze, and I know how to get to these two quests. This one, all the way over here, is a bit more of a pain, because which of these bridges are up is randomized. Not completely randomized, I think there are 3 different layouts. But, the thing is, if you fall off the edge, it teleports you kind of randomly. So you can kind of just fall off the edge until you get here, which is close to the entrance. It is very lucky that last time I got it in 1 and this time I got it in 2. Reset. Yes. Alright, let's try that again. This time without being confused as to why things are happening. I will note, it is, for those who are less familiar, it is not standard to be soloing Reaper 6 for leveling. It is a relatively slow, difficult way to level, and not recommended.
This part of the Demon Web has undergone a violent upheaval. Islands of rock lie scattered, their bridges snapped. You will have to find a new path to the rift between the worlds.
This time, instead of backing into the wall, I can strafe around.
The path ahead abruptly ends, leaving no way forward other than down.
Where? Where is it? There we go. They paratroop their way in, dropping right down on top of me. Excuse you.
Another ambush. It's as if these forces were
Oh, that's a champion caster. We want him dead. We want him dead very quickly. Yep, I see you. I see you. Okay, and we're good.
Are these scattered masses of rock the work of their
now there's
chaotic
a big group
goddess,
that spawns on top of that.
vortex of the rift, or both?
Fortunately, they spawn grouped up, which is excellent for me, because I have a couple abilities that do damage in like a circle around the target. And for those, it's really nice when stuff's grouped up.
The depth of the abyss
But so this quest is difficult, and there's a reason that I have brought a hireling along. So, for anyone not familiar with this quest, you need to stabilize the rift over there. Stabilizing the rift drops your max health. I will not live through the end of this if I take the debuffs myself. So I have brought a little mercenary friend with me.
A magical barrier suddenly appears, blocking access.
I'm going to sit over here and have them stabilize the rift for me.
Such folly! What did you hope to find? Your world is bleeding.
I need to wait for the force field to go away, because there's a limited time that you can do it in.
But since you are here,
You get a couple opportunities.
worth in combat. If you survive my tests, I will fight you myself.
Oh! I thought the first one came before the first wave. That was incorrect.
Not bad. The Dragloth growls.
For a kitten.
As he lowers his head to summon more adversaries, you notice that the barrier to the rift is gone. Now is your chance. The magic barrier returns. You have missed your chance.
Hirelings don't always listen to you very well. They are notoriously disobedient and unhelpful.
The Dragloth growls. As he lowers his head to summon more adversaries,
go.
you notice
There we
that
go.
the
Thank
barrier,
you.
some of your life force fuses into the rift. It grows stiller and more solid. Still, it is far from stable.
Alright, so we're going to shoot the guys on that side first, and then it gives us enough time for these guys to spawn and come down the ramp to us.
Is that the best?
He jeers.
I've seen more ferocity.
The barrier has gone down again. It won't stay down for long.
So we also have switched to improved precise shot, so we don't get extra damage for things for standing still, and we can shoot through things to kind of pseudo cleave.
He bogs.
So we've got that going for us. Unfortunately, that does not work with the area of effect things. So you can't just shoot something that like does a circle of damage around everything that it hits in a whole line. They explicitly did not let that happen. There's a good chance that I die here because this caster puts damage over time on me, which is in total is going to what? Basically, throughout the duration of the damage over time, it's going to kill me all the way. That's why I got a little bit of healing in. Heal that.
The rift now appears to be
And toss a heal on me, please. Thank you.
A little more effort should do the trick.
Again with the damage over time effects. All right. As we talked about earlier.
You can just make out the grin on the Dragloth's hideous face as he begins.
You can,
the grin turns to fury as he looks a moment.
You can't avoid the knockdown from that if you do what? If you block it. Oh, that is a Vengeance Reaper. We're gonna have to pop a cooldown here. Sorry, it's a Despair Reaper. And a Carnage Reaper. That's not good. Very not good. Please mend the rift.
The rift has been stabilized.
Alright, the boss is coming for us.
The Dragloff?
Fixing a rift like that, but you've made yourself weak. And it's good to
We hit a big defensive cooldown, and we're going to try to burn him down before we die. And we ran out of ammo right after the boss died. Leave me alone. Okay. So they did kill my hireling, which is to be expected. Hirelings are not very durable. Hey! And we got in right before ads. Of course, if you're on YouTube, you don't see those ads. Because, well, or maybe you do. YouTube doesn't let me control when it runs ads, unfortunately. So, if you get ads right in the middle of things, I apologize, but there is literally nothing I can do about it at this time. At least on Twitch, I can control when their ads run. But yes, we did manage to successfully complete it. And now it is back to town. So, this is actually the last quest in a relatively long chain of quests to flag for a raid. Now, this is an old raid. This raid hasn't been current content for a decade or more, actually. A long time. But the quest is still decent. And I like to do them. So we'll go turn these in and flag for the raid. We will not be soloing the raid. Not on level. It's got a variety of mechanics that would be problematic for us, let's say. Even if we ran it on lower difficulty. Among other things, it has a I drain all of your mana mechanic that you can kind of get around with positioning, but not always, especially not if you're solo. Which means I can't heal myself, which is a problem. But it's not too big a problem. That said, we get to turn these things in. Commendations of Valor. We don't actually want any of this gear, so we're just getting a little a currency here. There we go. Talk to Elminster. We are now flagged for the raid. Alright. Let's see, do we have more points? We have 2 more points. 2 points there. So now we do more damage on Vorpal. And I guess next we'll go here, probably? To get our random effects. And then, I don't know. Then we might just bank points until 26, because 26 is when we start being able to get into this next tier up. And we're probably not going to go into here until later, because this is a good debuff, but there's not enough filler stuff that I want here to make it a high priority. Whereas here, we're already at 14, and we're going to get 2 more there. We're going to get 2 more there. So it's going to be 2 there, 2 there, 1 there, and probably another one here. And then that gets us up to this tier, where we get more imbue dice, so we do more law damage on hit. We get threat reduction, we get a little bit more damage to helpless opponents, and of course, we get debuffs. And over here, there's not a whole lot that we want here. Like, this would be good. It's 3 damage. 3 damage is always nice, because there's a whole lot of multipliers. Like, we have double shot, we have ranged power. Like, there's a whole lot of stuff that base damage scales with, so it's nice to have. But yeah, so that's that. What other quests can we hit up tonight? Like, we're 24, so we've got pretty much all of the lower epics open to us. Like, we could do some more of these quests that are like level 20, because when you go in on Reaper, it's effectively 2 levels higher. So 22, and we're only level 24, so that's fine. Let's see. We've got White Plume Mountain extra quests. We've got Red Fens quests. We'll do Devil Assault. I haven't done Devil Assault in forever. We could solo Chronoscope, but I don't really feel the need to. Let's see. What if we go up a little higher? I could do Flaggers for Demon Queen, because I didn't do them when I was in Heroics. So a lot of quests have both a Heroic version and an Epic version, and you can see like the levels here, like Total Chaos is level 2 Heroic and level 22 in Epic, or these that are level 12 versus 22. And this is an iconic character, which means you start at level 15. So because I started at 15, didn't do the level 12 quests. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to end with Sands, because that set of quests is the Demon Sands, also known as Zawabi's Revenge, which is the name of the raid that it's in that area. So we're going to sell some stuff, so we're not carrying around as much in our inventory. Make all this stuff go away, because our gear is better. And we want more inventory space, so we're going to do this number. Good. Sell that, repair everything we have on us, and get ourselves going off to Demon Sands. This is not the same Demon Sands as Undertale. That is a completely different Sands. Even Star Cavern. Take me to the airship. And from the airship, we will teleport to Demon Sands. The Sands of Menectaroon, or Menectaroon, depending on how it's pronounced. Zawabi's Refuge in the Sands of Menectaroon. So, we get to see if we get lucky. We also, we need to talk to a banker before we go as well. Or a vendor. Because there's something we have to deal with in this area. You must wait a moment before interact. Yes, fine. Potions of curse removal. So there are some enemies in here that can put a curse on you that prevents you from healing. And I have no interest in just going around with that curse on me. So we have curse removal potions. Alright, and off we go to the Tomb of the Wizard King. Now, this one, there are 3 towers, and in each tower, there's a dude. One of these 3 dudes is the Wizard King. Do we know which one he's in when we enter the quest? No, we do not. So, the quest can take longer or shorter, depending on if we guess right on which tower he's in. Now, of course, if you do all 3 towers, you actually get decent loot. Otherwise, you get indecent loot. Just not very good loot at all. So, there is incentive to hit all 3 towers. But we are not feeling particularly incentivized tonight, given what time of night it is. So, we're just gonna take our stuff and go if we get the Wizard King in the first tower. Where are we going? We're going to this one. The yellow door on the map. Tomb of the Wizard King.
Houses the Tomb of the Wizard King.
Hello. Please let me in to the Tomb of the Wizard King. Thank you. We're gonna go back down to 4. Just for a little bit of simplicity. Don't have to deal with Despair and Vengeance Reapers, since they only start appearing on Reaper 6. Or maybe 5? For some reason, people like never run Reaper 5. It's almost always even numbers.
You enter the tomb's antechamber, only to find it occupied by a...
You actually have to kill everyone in this antechamber. Alright. 10 left? Sure, why not? Because there's some over here to the right. There's some up top and some on the left. Here we go. Please just die already. Go. Crest goes in the socket, and we move forward. Now, the first of the towers is straight ahead, but the way forward will not open until we kill these guys. And you might have noticed, if you were paying attention to the combat text, we immediately got hit with Cursed Wound. That's the one that keeps you from healing. And that's why we brought potions to cure that. Because I'm not dealing with just go through this quest without being able to heal completely. It's like, how about no? And they're like, how about yes, we'll put it back on you again. Good thing I have more than one potion. And plenty of spell points for healing, because most of our damage and all is done with shooting things with a crossbow. We can just use our spell points for buffing and healing. And we have more than enough spell points to handle that. Here to trigger him to rise up. We're going to kite backward and hope we don't get mummy rotted. There we go. And that's the other reason we have no problem with spell points. Because the lost souls that appear in Reaper give you spell points back. But they give spell points back at a rate that should keep a caster going. And since we're not a caster, we don't need that many spell points. We're perfectly fine with fewer. Yep, that's what happens. Sometimes the floor falls out. Stone tablet. Ah, there we go. We got lucky. So, if you're wondering, it's like, well, you just said that you don't know which one it is. Like, well, you need a high enough intellect score to read this. Like, if you don't have a character with decent int, it just says like, hey, you can't read this tablet. So, but because this character's primary stat is intelligence, I can read it and it just says, yep, Wizard King's in this one. So it's like, cool. By the way, if I step on the green, I fall through, and I have to come all the way back around, and it is annoying. So, but the skeletons can walk on it. So it's like, you will fall down, but they can come walk across it and attack you. Alright. Disarm the trap. And if you're wondering why sometimes we get to heal for a lot and sometimes we get to heal for not very much at all, that is also a Reaper mechanic. So Reaper gives you a big debuff to self-healing. And it used to give you that debuff to self-healing all the time. And then within the last year or two, they changed it. So now that debuff only applies when you're in combat. So it's very much a convenience thing. Like, does it technically make quests easier? Yes. But it's really more of a convenience thing of, you could just buy 1,000 heal scrolls before, and it's not really a matter of difficulty, it's a matter of how long you're willing to wait between fighting things to sit there and basically read a bunch of heal scrolls to cast on yourself. Whereas now, like, if you're not in combat, it's just like, fine, we understand you're not in combat, you can get most of your healing value. Excuse you, let me move, thank you. Getting body blocked by things that look like wraiths is just like insult to injury. Alright. Getting body blocked by things that slow your movement and prevent certain kinds of movement, and there's a bunch of archers shooting at you, is not good. Also, one of them puts a debuff on you that makes you take more physical damage. And one of them puts a debuff on you that makes you take like 95% less healing. So, that's just not a good position to be in. Now, if you're wondering why the Reapers suddenly attacked after we started fighting the golems, that is how Reapers spawn. So, Reapers either spawn when mobs spawn or when mobs die. In that case, it was when I killed the golems. But if you see them just like standing somewhere, that's because they spawn when other mobs spawn. And it sometimes will give you hints if like you're not familiar with the quest. If you like walk into a room and there's like a couple Reapers standing there, what it means is that there are mobs that spawn in that location as well, but you just don't see them. Either they haven't spawned in yet, or they're stealthed, or something to that effect. Oh wait, you want to switch stances first? I hate you! Stupid whirlwind ability. He's completely immune to damage. And he's not gonna hurt me. He's just gonna stay in this form, like walking around, like knocking you down. Until he comes out of it so you can actually fight him again. Oh, that's a shame. We whiffed on the Hunt's End. So, Hunt's End is basically guaranteed to be a crit unless you roll a 1. And we rolled a 1. Alright, now we have the Wizard King.
You stand before Rayuma, Wizard King Renekton.
You get to hit cooldowns 4, and he will die very rapidly.
The Wizard King collapses into a moldering heap of ragged, with careful fingers.
And we just get this chest, which doesn't really have anything good in it. As I said earlier, to get the good stuff, you need to clear all 3 towers. But we're not going to do that tonight. We're going to head to Chains of Flame. Chains of Flame takes a while, and is a bit of a step up in difficulty for most quests, for a couple reasons. One of the reasons is that the epic version has a bunch of traps in it. And that can be annoying, especially the ones that knock you off of railings so you fall way down. And another problem is that if you're running it for the first time, or the first couple times really, it can be hard to find your way around, because there's a lot of verticality, so the minimap doesn't help. Like, if we're in a 4-story building and I just give you a top-down view of everything, and it's like all like just flattened into a 2D plane, you're gonna have a hard time finding the HR department if I don't tell you what floor it's on. It's just like, oh yeah, it's in the northeast corner. Northeast corner of where? What floor? Who knows? Is there a stairwell near that? Well, I mean, there's a stairwell marked on the map. It's in the northeast corner. Does that stairwell go to the 4th floor? Or is it only between the 1st and 2nd floors? I'm not going to tell you. You're just going to have to learn by doing. So, fortunately, I've run it enough times that I mostly know where I'm going. I say mostly because, like, I know how to get from the start to the end. But if I get unlucky and I manage to not see a trap or, like, fail to disarm a trap or something and get knocked off, I might end up in a part of the quest that I'm not familiar with because it's down a different hallway that you don't actually need to go through in order to actually finish the quest. So we'll see how it goes. It should go pretty smoothly, particularly because we are ranged. The other thing that makes this quest pretty tricky sometimes. Yo, who is this dude talking to? If you're not familiar with the concept of streaming, welcome. It is a form of entertainment wherein one person is broadcasting and speaks to the audience being anyone who is watching. That would be you in this case. So that's who it is. So welcome. And I'm glad you got to learn about a new form of entertainment today. So, as I see you are on YouTube, and this is not YouTube's primary thing, since YouTube is traditionally done with not live streams, but, scripted videos beforehand, the video talking to you is a new concept for YouTube. Well, it's not super new. They've done it for a while, but they've done a piss-poor job of promoting it, at least in the Americas. It's more common in some other countries. But yes, welcome. This is known as a live stream, where I am streaming live. Now, as for, why you should be here and listening to me, well, as I mentioned earlier, it is a form of entertainment. So, why should you? Well, if you feel entertained. And if you're not entertained, you are on the internet. You can find something. You do not have to be here. You have many options available to you. What is... Oh. It's like there's an elemental behind me. Yes, hello, Knowles. Goodbye, Knowles. We're actually going to switch stances to cleave through things.
You hear a distant howl of alarm. Sentries must have spotted your approach across the bridge.
I see. No. Although I hear that there is a new Digimon game coming out, so perhaps that is what you are looking for, if you want to be entertained by digital monsters, who are, in fact, the champions. But if you are unfamiliar with the concept of entertainment, that is unfortunate for you. It's like a thing you do between working and sleeping. That is neither working nor sleeping. And yes, I'm aware, you might think, well, that's just eating. And eating is entertainment, but there are other things that can be entertainment as well. In fact, the concept of dinner and a show famously combines the two, so you can eat and be entertained. If you have any further questions on what is entertainment, I ask that you forward them to the Tetraline CEO. He will sort you right out on the nature of entertainment. Although he will say it in a terribly fake French accent, which I believe is deliberate. Methods can be tricky because sometimes when you kill a method, it spawns an extra method. Why? I don't know. There's probably some lore reason because they're like outsiders from another plane or whatnot, but as far as game mechanics are concerned, it's just something that you need to be aware of, that sometimes when you kill one, you get a different one. And sometimes the different one is stronger than the first one for some reason, that you killed the method, and what pops out? A greater method. Because that's just how life is sometimes. Sometimes you get past a hurdle, and instead of, you know, being able to coast, it just gets harder. Ooh, a key. And a chest. But yes, there's a couple objectives in this quest. You see this one is freeing at least 15 slaves. The easy route, you're gonna get 15 on the way. There is a separate objective once you freed all of them to like free all of them, which requires going around a bunch of different side paths. We are not going to be doing that. Nah, Jim Henson's been gone for a while now, buddy. I mean, I understand that he was instrumental in the creation of the Muppets and is a dear and cherished part of many people's childhoods and adulthoods, but alas, we cannot mourn forever. We can just be happy that he was here, and that, like, no terrible things came out about him after his death, as so often happens with cherished childhood icons. Let's see. Is this full of fire? Oh, it's not full of fire. Okay, let's see. It's time to try to be social.
Blood and rusted iron. A caged dwarf above the cook fire looks like the next.
We have succeeded. Oh wait, I think my my LFG post was wrong. Okay, sands. There we go.
Heavy heat slips from Uncor's grasp as he falls.
With the sun.
Alright, so we get another key. We have to talk to this guy. Let him out, he gives us a different key. What was that? Ah, it was our background music trying to betray us. Okay, let's fix our background music real quick. Shoot these guys. You know, as I mentioned earlier, being ranged is an advantage in this quest because being melee means you have to like kind of sit down here and try to open this door with all these dudes shooting at you, which is a little rough. Yes, cooldown. Clear them out. Clear them out. Now, time to free more slaves. Grab that. Talk to you. Talk to you. And I could try to, like, shoot that guy down off of the balcony, but instead, we're going to cheat a little bit and use Dimension Door to teleport back to the start of the quest. Because we've done everything we needed down that left-hand side, so now we go to the right-hand side. And our buffs have worn off. How unfortunate for us. Now it's time to see if we survive being set on fire. The answer is we are too fast for the fire. And of course, it's not really necessary that we disable these since, you know, we're already past it, but... reported, I'm not sure for what, but, you know, you do you. For being too fast for fire, I suppose. Oh, another trap. Excuse me. I would like to not be in the fog cloud, please. Thank you. Fortunately, area of effect spells like that like make it hard to see or whatever that you're standing in. At the very least, there is a benefit that they go away when you kill the person that cast them. So they don't like hang around for a while, even later. Ah, I see. Well, that's the thing about this game. And it's one thing I like about it a lot is that there are often multiple ways to do things and multiple ways to route around things. Sometimes there are different paths you can take by jumping over walls and whatnot. And these are, in fact, well, we might call them cheating, intended, because, well, the game explicitly has a jump skill, and it has a hard cap on it. So if they didn't want people to jump over and take these routes, they could have made the walls slightly higher so that they weren't possible. And I do mean just slightly higher, because there are multiples of these routes that, like, the jump cap is 40. There are several quests with shortcuts that require you to have at least, like, 38 jump. So it's pretty clear that probably not all of them, but many or most of them are intended as alternative routes, which is kind of cool. Alright, where are you? There we go. Alright, need to get a better angle here. Now, if you haven't been able to keep track, which, let's be honest, you probably haven't, because no one reasonably would. These guys here are the ones who were shooting us when we walked in, or rather when we did that entrance earlier. Like, that's where we teleported back to the entrance from. So, if you didn't manage to kill them from range while you were down below, you can come back up here and get your revenge on them for just constantly shooting you earlier in the quest. Oh. Welcome, Jack Dragon. Thank you for the raid. We are, as apparently many people are, running an Inquisitive. Now, why are we running Inquisitive? Well, on the one hand, we've done a lot. But yes, welcome in. So I suppose before I talk about what build we're on, I should say who I am. So I am trying. I am mostly stream DDO, occasionally other stuff. Right now we're in Epics. This character has a lot of lives, so right now we're working on iconic lives. And sounds like you need to be able to jump in there. You do not, actually. It's a benefit in certain quests, but not all. And there are very few that it is required. But yes, so... yes, another knockback trap. Okay, so I needed a paladin life, and I'd seen, like, talk of this paladin, artificer, inquisitive build that was apparently good. I was like, I don't understand why that's good, but I played a lot of inquisitive before, and I know inquisitive's pretty good in general, so I'll give it a shot. So here we are in Epics, making our way through everything. And I'll be honest, it's been pretty strong so far. We've been doing most stuff on Reaper 4, and we just got done with doing Demon Web on Reaper 6, so that was special. But it's working out pretty well so far. But what were you up to tonight, Jack Dragon? Were you... Someone earlier said that of, like, the 6 people who were streaming DDO, there were, like, 4 Inquisitives and, like, 2 Blightcasters or something like that. Jason Explorers and Giant Holds. I think I have done the Giant Hold Explorers once. Just to, like, see where they were. But it's not worth doing on a regular basis, let's say. Stop shooting at me. Heroic or Epic Giant Hold, though, because from what I remember, it's two completely separate set of excuse me. Two completely separate set of explorers. Because the Epic has, like, the big swords that you find, and Heroic has... I forget what Heroic has, actually. It has a different set of explorer things. Oh, you're running in Falconry. That's interesting. Like, for the active attacks, or you've been wanting to run Wisdom-based? I'm running Intelligence-based because last life, we were an Intelligence-based Assassination Rogue. So I chose Intelligence-based, mostly for convenience that I didn't have to, like, dig through my bank for new gear. Because the other option, I think, for this build is Charisma-based. Which I think has, like, better filigree, but, like, requires a different split. Oh, ow. I haven't failed a reflex save on these things in a while. There are guys up somewhere who are shooting at me, but we'll just have to go... Oh, that's an air elemental. I hate air elementals because they knock you down and all around. But yeah, I think I usually end up getting, like, 2 or 3 of the Epic Giant Hold Explorers just because, like, they're close to quests. Oh, Double Reaper. That's not ideal. Especially when they both teleport right on top of me. First life on Sorlona. Interesting. So, are you just new to the game and that's why you're first life? Or did you just switch servers? Or just for a change of pace? Or like, you had a friend invite you to play and they're on Sarlona, so you're just making something over there so you can be, like, social and stuff. So this is a very multi-life character on Cannith. We're on the Cannith server. Hey, Griefer, go away. Go. Oh, okay, you're primarily on Kyber. You just wanted to have an endgame character. Okay. I don't have endgame characters on many servers. I have, like, a level 20-ish character on most servers. Mostly thanks to past hardcore leagues, that when the hardcore league ended, I would just transfer, like, to whatever server I didn't have a level 20 on. Interesting. Any particular reason for the goal of having a couple different characters at those breakpoints on a bunch of different servers? Alright, where's the trap box? There it is. Okay. We're gonna go this way. Very slowly because the archers shot us with crippling hit. Just help when whatever's needed. Okay. There we go. We did manage to kill the guys that were shooting down at us. So we got that going for us. So now we can actually disarm this. Probably should have rested at a shrine earlier. I am starting to run low on boosts and spell points and all. Spell points should be relatively easy. All I need is like 1 soul, but... Oh, that's right. I was thinking about maybe trying to set up some sort of like speedrunning competition. Like, have everyone who wants to be involved roll an iconic, so that everyone is at like the same level and wearing the same gear. Like, see who can solo like Crucible or something the fastest on a level 15. Just like no past lives, no gear holdover, just roll an iconic, go with whatever gear the iconic gives you, and see who can do it the fastest. Although, Crucible might not be a good candidate. Like, it's a good candidate in that it requires a bunch of different things from a build and from a player. It's a bad candidate in that it has the Test of Instinct, which can introduce maybe a little too much RNG for that sort of contest. You would definitely fail at that. I mean, there are some things to take into consideration, yes. But it's just like, I don't want to say shower thoughts. It was just like something I thought. It was just like, I wonder if I could figure out the details to make that work. Oh, right. We can't get in there yet. We need a key. And there are a couple hurdles. The first of which would be finding participants. But the others would be like but very involved with that is, in finding participants, is finding a good rule set. Because obviously, if it's a terrible rule set, then you'll have a harder time finding participants. Just because I realized that Crucible specifically is a bit divisive among the player base. That there are a lot of people who just straight up hate Crucible. And you know, it was a bit before I learned it well enough to appreciate it. Now obviously you can't full solo because you need someone to pull levers. So it'd probably be like bring a hireling for that, because I don't think any of the iconics have a pet class. Like, I don't think there's not an artificer iconic, and there's not a druid iconic. So, you know, bring a hireling or whatnot. But yeah, I was thinking maybe like 2 different divisions. Like, there's the solo division, and then there's like the orgy division, where it's a group but everyone's naked. See how fast you can run a 6-man, like, people just like everyone's got level 1 weapons and that's it on, and see how that goes. It might be a terrible idea. It might be a hilarious idea. It might be a terribly hilarious idea. I still need to work out details and figure out if I'm ever going to actually do it or not. It's like, I'll take on your curse. Sure. Secret chamber. But yeah, if you have any suggestions or all that you feel might be better. But because I was thinking definitely like a 1 solo and 1 group category. And I definitely wanted something to even the playing field, so it wasn't just like uber completionists can do it and no one else can. So that's why I thought of, well, at first I thought of like veteran, because most people who've been around at least a little bit have veteran like 4 or 7. But then I was like, well, There are, of course, iconics, but of course that's also kind of pay to win because not everyone has iconics, or not all of them, and maybe like one of the classes is just much stronger than the others. So that would be an advantage that some people would have, but I feel like it could be an interesting thing if I manage to work out the details well. Then, of course, the trick would be finding people to want to do it, which I suppose would be the official forums, like this chat right here, but I don't exactly have a... what is a good term for it? A good network? I'm terrible at networking, so I don't really have a lot of contacts that I could reach out to. Like, obviously, I'm not on bad terms with people, so if I contacted people, like, they wouldn't, like, be mad at me for it, but I don't have people like I've done things with before, for example. But, like, I'm sure if I, like, messaged Cozy or Alex or something, they might go for it. Or at least be able to share some ideas, so. But it's just some casual musings. In the Discord and DDO forums? Yeah.
You have ascended to the peak of the burning city. General Hubaya.
Alright. So we definitely want to disarm this trap, because this trap controls the wind knockback traps in front of this, which will kick you, like, down into that pit, and then you have to find out how to get back here. And of course, there's also this trap. Okay. We're going to switch to this stance for single target damage. And time for the last boss. Tried to fatigue me, but I am a robot. I cannot be fatigued. I can, however, be killed, and I am close to getting killed. But not that close. I am, however, slightly on fire, so I can't finish the quest. Damage over time effect stopping you from, like, opening doors and, like, any sort of channeling effect is really, really annoying. Alright. And we're out. Now it is time to go to Oob. Oob being Offering of Blood, which is the last one we need to flag for the quest. Yeah, being interrupted in the middle of traps and opening locks is another good example. I think doors are the most common, though, because it's just like any dot anywhere and suddenly you can't open doors anymore. Even if, like, you're like an end game character in like a really low level quest, and they manage to put a dot on you that's ticking for like 1 damage out of your 2,000 health. It's like, nope, that 1 damage is just too distracting for your max level character to figure out how to open this door. You just needed a lot of concentration to open this door. And this is what I get. This is what I get for typing in chat to tell the other person in the party that we'd be heading to Offering of Blood. So now I have to run my way out of here. Oh, it looks like we have an ads coming up on Twitch anyway, so we're gonna click that button. And so ads happen while we're running to the quest, not running through the quest. So I will see you in 2.5 minutes. Unless you're like subscribed or have Twitch Prime Turbo, whatever one of them takes away ads. Or, of course, if you're on YouTube, because, as I mentioned earlier, I don't control ads on YouTube. YouTube controls ads on YouTube. So, if you're getting ads, it's not my fault. I cannot turn them off, I cannot turn them on, I cannot make them longer, shorter, or anything else. They're just there whenever YouTube says they're there. There's something I could do to be able to tell them when to happen, but that requires like YouTube's whole like monetization thing, and I haven't looked into it that much. So that would be something I would need to look into, like their partner program or whatever it's called. In any case, it's not something I have, and I don't even know if I'm eligible for it or not, so I'll figure it out later. But for now, we're heading to Offering of Blood. Offering of Blood is a runaway gauntlet kind of style quest. It's 1,000 followers for YouTube. Nope. Not at all. I think I meant like, or I'm assuming you mean subscribers, because that's like the equivalent on YouTube, but yeah, it's, mine's got like 50 or something. So, yeah, not eligible, but that's fine. I haven't done a lot of content on YouTube anyway. Like, in theory, I should be doing a lot of stuff, like posting stream clips to YouTube Shorts, and all that sort of thing, but unfortunately, DDO doesn't have a lot of clippable moments. Like, the 1 or 2 streams I've played League, there's like some easy fodder for like clips, whether it's something dumb that someone does, something impressive that someone does, or something. Like, there's easy fodder for clips, but MMO style stuff, especially like PvE style MMO stuff, is just not as clippable, we'll say. And I suppose I'm not put in as many situations that would make me say clippable things, which is the other thing to take into account. It doesn't need to be clippable in game. It could be something that that I said, but I don't really go too crazy on things I say unless prompted, and there's not a lot in the game that would prompt me to say weird clippable things. I cannot heal him. Or rather, I can, but not much. Maybe I should have specified that it was R4 in my post. Yeah, I mean, all good time in theory, but I've had that YouTube account for 5-6 years, and even when I had tried posting like quest guides or whatnot and stuff like that, but DDO has, let's say, a limited player base, so let's say the reach on those videos was not very large. So that said, I'm much better at things like video editing and all that than I used to be, so perhaps it's time to try again. But from what I understand, educational-ish style content doesn't do well in general. So I have to be more, let's say, entertaining. But I'm definitely not going to go the outrage bait, like pure click farming route, because gross. That is not me. That is not how I operate, and that's not how I plan to operate in the future. So, and I realize that that does put me at a disadvantage online, but suffice to say, I don't mind that. $50K, eh? I'm not doing that much damage. Oh, I thought that was my ally shooting from behind. It was not. It was, in fact, a different enemy shooting me from behind. Not that I'm too concerned about getting shot from behind, because, well, for a couple reasons, but mostly because I have deflect arrows. Trovo kick and rumble. Okay. I think I've only heard of 2 of those. Trovo is a mostly, like, Korean platform, isn't it? And kick is the one that's, like, run by gambling people that had a lot of bad press when it first came out. Okay, we're going to go collect a soul stone and be on our way, because as I had mentioned earlier, when we were doing some other quests, the kicker for gauntlet-style quests is whether you have enough damage to kill things faster than they can spawn. And with the increased number of skulls, we're getting closer and closer to our limit on whether or not we are at that point. Oh, there's no shrine in here. There's just guys that were going to kill me. You know what I should do? I should be in improved precise shot stance so I can shoot through things. Better AoE. Okay. You guys want to get more folks interested in DDO? That would be a nice side effect. The problem is, of course, with discoverability. Most discoverability stuff works by showing people stuff they're already interested in. So I suppose it's a little trickier if you're already playing a more of a, we'll say, a niche game. There's nothing wrong with it, and I enjoy it, but it is definitely niche. Okay, however, we have managed to get our health back, which is nice. That is a Carnage Reaper. And I feel compelled to, like, quote the Carnage movie. It's like, that is a red one. We will come back later. They can have what they want. Oh, a little bit of lag. Not too bad. But yeah, if you are in this stream and you're not already familiar with DDO, I enjoy it greatly. It's got a great build system. It has an acceptable level of jank that I enjoy. And yeah, the biggest problem is there's a bit of a learning curve, particularly with as far as builds are concerned. I recommend joining the unofficial Discord and just asking questions, because there is a lot to learn. Fortunately, you don't need to learn everything to start playing, especially if you want to go with somewhat of a simpler build. If you want to go with a barbarian and pick up a big axe and just beat things down, you can learn everything you need to know about planning your build in, you know, like 10 minutes tops. It's just like, take these 5 feats and you're good to go. It's like, take these feats, go into this tree, and, you know, put points into strength and constitution. Have fun, take blood tribute, and you're just good to go. It's very forgiving, very straightforward, and strong enough that you're not going to struggle for a while. Now, obviously, would the character be as strong on... Oh, the person that died and I was carrying their soulstone has lost connection. So hopefully they manage to reconnect before the end of the quest. Because they didn't say anything in chat, so I don't know if this is a disconnect or it's a yeah, this is too hard for me, I'm out sort of disconnect. Oh, I hit my cooldown too early. Prophet down. Savant down. Avatar of Cunning. Let's see. Got some decent damage reduction on him, but, you know, not that good a damage reduction. Because the adding posts on Facebook and X. Yeah, my Facebook is like high school friends and non-immediate family, so I have no interest in trying to stream or get viewers on Facebook. But, which one is Rumble? Oh, hey, he's back. Excellent. Just in time. But no, I am only dual streaming to, you know, to Twitch and YouTube. I'm not trying to go for a super wide footprint to like go to like 6 platforms. But let's see. So that will be our last quest for the night. But we are going to level and talk about builds a little bit. And after that, we'll look around and see if we've got anyone to raid. And unfortunately for YouTube, and I don't believe it has that feature, or if it does, I wouldn't know who to send you to, because I don't really know any streamers on YouTube. So we're going to head back to town. We're going to take level 25. And then we're going to talk a little bit about builds before we send all y'all off. Hello. Next epic level, please. Thank you. Double shot. That brings our self-buffed standing double shot to... Is this the wrong buff? It was the wrong buff. 107 standing double shot. Hooray! And 132 range power out of Reaver. Alright, so we have 2 points. Where do these 2 points go? Let's say here. Now we get more random effects. Yay, random effects. So we are going to go T5 and Shirati for all of the obvious reasons. If you're not familiar with the obvious reasons, Tier 5 Shirati is the best for ranged characters by a large margin for a couple reasons. Now, you might say, oh, you get extra crit multiplier. You get extra crit multiplier in pretty much any tree. Like, this one, like, I could get it here, because it's on crossbows. I could get it here, on everything, except for animal form and hand wraps. So, that's not what sets this one apart. We get Nerve Venom. Nerve Venom is nice, just randomly paralyzing things, always good. We don't care about this one, because we don't care about the difficulty checks on our spells. We're not casting offensive spells. We get this, always considered in point-blank shot range. That's a decent chunk of damage. It's got base attack bonus equal to character level. Beneficial for me, because I have 6... That's going to be like plus, I want to say 4 or 5 attack, so more to hit, which is nice. And the big one, Inexorable Advance. Now, it's a long cooldown. It's a 5-minute cooldown. But for 30 seconds, 30 range power, which is approximately, I would say 30%, but like every range power is 1%, but I already have like 150, and I'm going to have closer to probably 250 once we get to endgame gear. So it's really going to be more like, so that's like a 10% damage boost, You gain Archer's focus stacks while moving, which you normally can't, which means another 75% range, or another 75 range power, which is a lot. And we get move speed, which is a convenience thing. And in addition, every attack, and as you saw with that last fight, we attack very, very quickly when we pop cooldowns, has a 30% chance to do big nukes of damage. And we're going to average that out. A D100 is about 50 damage. So about a 30% chance to do 680 cold damage and 680 light damage. That also scale with ranged power. So you know what I said earlier about probably being close to, well, after all these buffs and all are up, probably close to 350 ranged power. So scaling with 200% range power means, well, that's like 700 range power, which is times 8. So we're talking, you know, on average, 680 times 2 is 1360. 1360 times 8 is, we're just going to say about 10,000 damage. And you've got a 30% chance on each shot to do 10,000 damage. So, yeah. It's a lot. But here's the other trick. That's 10,000 damage. But as we just talked about, we're sitting on over 100% double shot. So, times 2 for how much damage that deals. And of course, at cap, we'll have even more double shot. And we can hit this cooldown for 30% more. So, see how that goes up to 250? So half the time it's double, half the time it's triple. It's a lot of damage. So that's what we're going to be going for here. And of course, right now, because we're soloing and stuff, we have 6 points here for extra defenses. Some of these defenses will become redundant once we get gear at cap, so we can move them around elsewhere. We can put a point here for extra law damage on hit. That's what the imbue dice does. We can go into Shintao, which gives us, you know, some healing amp, which is nice. And we can get, let's see, which training? No, we don't want offhand attacks. That's attack and damage while centered. We're not centered. This is 3 double shot. 3 double shot would be nice. So yeah, you can put 4 points here for... So when we move these 6 points, we could go like, okay, we'll put 2 here for 5% health. We'll put 4 here for 2% double shot, and we'll put 1 here for another imbue dice. There's a lot of ways we can kind of shift things around a little bit, but not a whole lot, because we're pretty much locked into 41 here, because you need 40 in order to take this capstone ability, and it's very, very strong, so 40 points here, plus the 1 for 41. We need 12 points here, because crossbows by default don't get any plus damage from your stats. Unlike, say, a sword automatically gets your strength. So if I just put on a random sword, I would get plus 7 to hit and damage from my strength. Crossbows don't get anything like that automatically, so we come in here to Harper and get these 2 nodes, which gives us intelligence to hit and damage. And we remain intelligent, so that's plus 26 to hit and damage. We can't drop out of this tree. Also this, that gives us what is known as a trance, which bumps our damage up from, let's see, plus 62, plus 75. So that's another 13 damage. So we definitely have to have 41 points here, 12 points here, and then we want 23 points here because to get to this tier, you need 20 base, and then 3 points here, 10% double shot, and 3 imbue dice, which is incredibly high value for 3 points. And there's like other decent stuff in here. We've got another AoE shot. We've got more uses of our big cooldown. Like, we could go over here for some other stuff, but it's not as good. I know some people choose to do that. Especially if we dropped points out of here, we could spend 10 points total in here to get 10 more ranged power when we hit our big cooldown, but that is a different issue. So that's what we have about builds. If you have any questions about this build or others, please feel free to ask. Wait, did I make this command? I did not. Okay. I have a Discord server. I haven't really advertised it much, but I will get that Discord can set up so we can have an invite for people if you would like to join and ask questions about builds. If not, go to the unofficial DDO server. I often hang out in the build discussion thing, and even if I'm not there, someone else will be there who might know even more than me about whatever build you're on, because there are some builds I know, and there are other builds that I very much do not know. So, let's look for a raid target here. We've got no one I know online. Because there are two people who appear to be playing Dungeons and Dragons online, as in, like, tabletop stuff. And then there's Ostrakir, who I've rated before, but doesn't really match with my style, we'll say. So unfortunately, I don't see anyone that I can send all y'all to, which is unfortunate. Like, I could send you at someone random, but I don't really want to do that. You know what I said earlier about having networked enough? Like, no other streamer people that I could throw people at who maybe aren't on DDO? Yeah, this is another symptom of that. So unfortunately, it looks like we will not be raiding out tonight. Sorry that we were only on for a short bit. Anyone who came over with Jack Dragon. But yeah, it also happens because this is a little bit later than I would normally be on. So yes, thank you all for stopping by for hanging out. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for anyone who stopped by, chatted, didn't chat, lurked, so on and so forth. This is where we do the awkward content creator thing, where, you know, like, comment, subscribe, all that mess if you enjoyed the stream. Obviously, depending on your platform, depends on which one you do. Like, follows are free on Twitch, subscriptions are free on YouTube, and I don't really need the paid options, to be quite frank. If you want to look at some of the emotes, they are the best emotes that can be made with zero history, experience, training, or practice with art can provide. And, or if you just want to not see ads on my channel specifically. So, that is all I have to say. If you like the stream, you can, you know, do all the, you know, connecty things. If you didn't like the stream, I'm not sure why you're still here, but if you have notes for improvement, I can't say I will do what you say, but I will listen to it and decide on whether or not I think it's a good idea. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for rating, and all of the above.